Ta'in wa ala umurid dunia waddin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina maulana Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'du. Respectable Professor Kazunori from Ritsumeikan University, Japan, and all the team. First of all, let's pray and thanks and to our God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been guided us from the darkness to the brightness, from the stupidity to the cleverness, and then from the Jahiliyyah era to the Islamiyah era. Secondly, my peace and salutation always be given to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has been giving us, guided us from the darkness to the brightness. Then I am Mahabatul Afiko as the master ceremony this morning. Will lead this agenda. Before we're going to start our agenda today, let's pray with Al-Fatihah. Ilhadiniya wa ala kulli niyatin sholihah. Al-Fatihah. Thank you very much. Hopefully our agenda today will run smoothly until the end. And then, without further ado, I will give the chance to Mr. Faruk Ubaidillah to lead the next session. And please, for Ms. Faruk Ubaidillah, the time is given.
Thank you very much for Master of Ceremony today. I'm very glad to welcome you all today, Bapak Ibu and dear participants. And greeting from Indonesia, Professor Kazunori. It is our great pleasure to welcome you to the second day of the third International Conference on English Language Teaching, hosted by English Education Department, Universitas Islam Malang. Bapak Ibu and all participants today, Professor Kazunori will talk about scholarly publication in the area of computer-assisted language learning. Today, our workshop coverage will be all about how to get published in international and reputable journals, for example, like ICON-ELT and the other academic journals. Bapak Ibu, Professor Kazunori, our distinguished professor today, is a professor at the Ritsumeikan University, Japan. He is also the editor-in-chief of ICON-ELT journal, reputable and international journal, indexed in Scopus Q1. Professor Kazunori is also very well known among the Indonesian scholars who are researching ELT, which is related to call issues and technology-enhanced language learning. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, I would like to invite you to enjoy the workshop today by Professor Kazunori. And then Professor Kazunori will be given approximately around 50 to 60 minutes to talk. And after that, we're going to have discussions. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Kazunori. Professor, please.
Nice introduction with a little bit older picture in it. All right, let me change then PowerPoint. Can I change? Okay, just a moment. All right. What happened? Something you have to stop sharing at your end, or maybe, all right, just a moment. Something wrong. Okay, I have to show this. All right. Okay, thank you very much for joining us today, this morning, early in Indonesia. Here is about 10:34 in the morning. Sorry, I cannot give you long presentation workshop for you. I have to teach in the afternoon, so I have to move from home to my campus. And so it's going to be 50-60 minutes for my talk and the Q&A later. And as you see, this Core EJ is an online journal for the past 23 years. And I'll talk about from that point of view, and I hope that you'll be enjoying learning something new or reviewing what you know. So today's talk will be what is scholarly publication. Of course, everybody seems to know this one, but I just briefly review this one. And then I'll move on to Core EJ, Computer Assisted Language Learning Elective Journal, and requirement for manuscript preparation when you are submitting not only to Core EJ, but to similar journal. And, talk about how we conduct internal and external reviews, and some of the requirements for revisions and formatting and publishing process. And I will recommend something for you to do after this. So, hello, it's Indonesian style, I guess, that I'm Kazunori Nozawa. Kazunori is actually my first name. Nozawa is my family name. Okay, Indonesian name sometimes has only one name, right? Or a little bit longer name. So
yayasan gitu ya? Ya, di bawah international school atau international school?
Some things. All right, I'll leave chat here. Okay. I'm actually retired, as you see. I'm pretty old man, right? Although I have been still teaching similar number of classes, especially EFL at College of Information. Oops. What happened? At the College of Information Science majors, they're undergraduate, mostly sophomore or freshman. And EFL, however, it means the English for academic, EGAP, English for general academic purposes, to increase their knowledge of academic English, to be good, to be working well for their majors in information science and engineering. I'll be also teaching NVC, which is a nonverbal communication. Something wrong. Nonverbal communication for international students and Japanese students from 2 campuses. So I'm giving a hybrid style of teaching, face-to-face plus Zoom or a Zoom class. Because some students are from different campuses in Kyoto. And also I teach 2 classes, one in each for each semester, EdTech, which is more like a core theory and practice, and to postgraduate students who are seeking for master's degree in Kyoto. So I have to move to Kyoto campus every Monday evening. And also now I'm teaching cross-cultural language communication course, which is more like intercultural communication.
Sorry, Professor, could you please make your slide in a slideshow form, please?
You can't hear?
Sorry, could you please make it as a slideshow, please?
Oh, okay, sure.
All right, okay, thank you.
All right. So, all right. scholarly journal is called either academic journals or scientific journals or peer-reviewed journals, as you see. And what is, well, according to the non-profit organization research guide, periodical, certainly, certain number of months, each few months, they publish articles written by experts, supposed to be expert, and a particular field of study, which is, in our case, is language and communication or foreign language education, whatever, and reports the result of research in this field. And according to Simon Fraser University, Canada, articles are written by and for faculty, researchers, and scholars to share, including those different field of scholars. And use scholarly or technical language can be used, like Cole is not really familiar with other field of people, computer-assisted language learning. And articles tend to be long and detailed and about research in particular academic discipline, of course, and include full citations for sources, including online ones, and often referred or peer-reviewed, and include information about authors, of course. Then,
sorry, Professor.
Yeah.
Could you please make your presentation into a full form, please?
Mm-hmm.
Please make it as a slideshow, please.
Okay, sure. Okay, sure. All right. So quickly, I'll show you this one. So I'll show you one YouTube video now, which is from the scholarly, peer-reviewed scholarly journal. Definitions, examples, only 2 minutes. Okay, I'll change.
When you receive an essay assignment, your instructor might ask you to use articles from peer-reviewed scholarly journals to support your ideas. A peer-reviewed scholarly journal is one written by experts in a particular discipline. After the author's peers, who are other experts in the field, have reviewed the article and given it a stamp of approval, the article is published in a journal. This approval by other experts adds a lot of credibility to the claims in the article. Here are a few examples of peer-reviewed journals: the Journal of American Medicine, or JAMA, the Journal of Reviews on Global Economics, and the Journal of Sports Science and Medicine. You can find peer-reviewed journal articles by entering the name of the journal in your search engine. Hard copies are also available in some libraries. However, the best place to begin your search is at your college or
Well, I have to stop here. So you can go back and look at by yourself. So I'll go back. So definitions can be found in many places like CQU, Central Queensland University, Australia, or here is a difference between .com or Angelo State University in USA, or Virginia Tech, which is also good university in USA, and Simon Fraser in Vancouver, Canada. So all definitions can be similar. And here, different models by Willie, and single-blinded article is reviewed by the author, which you don't know after you submit it, or just a single author, a single reviewer, or like my case is a double-blind reviewer does not know the identity also author or vice versa, in the same way. And also, open peer review is you may identify the author and the reviewer by all these participants, which is not unlikely. Oops. By the this is not really open to my journal because it's not fair to know the reviewer's name, and also transparent peer review is like this, and also collaborative. Some reviewers collaborate each other to write a review together. And also post-publication review are solicited or unsolicited for a published paper.
Sorry, Professor, could you
Yeah.
please show us the points that you are presenting now?
Present what?
Sorry, Professor, could you please show us the points on your slide that you are presenting now? I think
you
your
can
slide
see?
is not moving very well.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Something
Thank you.
wrong again. Huh. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. So I quickly show you again. Whatever. Can you see now? Can you see?
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay, Prof. Thank you.
So I talked about this.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Professor. Could you please make it as a slideshow? So
Sure.
I mean, could you please direct?
Can you see now?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Professor. Can I help
Yeah.
you with the slide presentation, please?
Pardon me?
Sorry, can I help you with the slide presentation, please?
Oh, I see. Okay, sure.
All right. Thank you. So it is very visible now, Professor?
Well, actually, I revised a little bit. This is date was different, right?
Okay.
So should I send you the another one?
Okay. I think you can use
Yeah,
your
you can.
own,
You can.
and then
Oh, yeah.
you can
I can
present in
update
the form
later.
of
All right.
slideshow.
When Q&A comes. Right. Go ahead to move then. Yeah, move on.
So is it the point that you are presenting now, Professor?
Yeah, well, you can move on to the few more slides.
Oh, this one, I think.
Yeah. Then click.
Okay.
Move on. Next one. All right. So here, I give you some examples of scholarly journals in language education and technology. Asia Core online journal may be more familiar with you for Indonesian scholars, and Southwest, maybe Asian people are more interested in this core journal. And a few of our reviewers also got involved with this journal. And Calico Journal is also American-based journal, which is it's a lot of good published articles or presentations or conferences are going on. Next year will be Philadelphia or something. I forgot. Usually they have the conference in June. So if you're interested, present and publish with that Calico Journal. And computer-assisted learning is ours. And computer-assisted language learning by turnedfonline.com. Can you click? Yeah, this is the more probably you are familiar with International Journal of Computer Assisted Language Learning and Teaching by Global, IGI Global. Maybe one more click. Yeah. All right. So, move on. That's fine. So, okay, let's move on. And Journal of Foreign Language Education Technology can be also another option. And the largest collection of data can be found, research information can be found at the Language Learning and Technology. This is professionally publishers support this journal, so really well organized. And also probably good for your, future job hunting if you publish with this language learning and technology. And also JStage is more Japanese academic organization called LET, so to speak, Japan Association for Language Education and Technology. And you can come to Japan, give a presentation for the conference, and publish with their journal. English written one is always welcomed. Then next, Recall Journal is also another famous, worldly known journal, and maybe it's honored to be published your article in this journal as well. Okay, move on. And JALT Core Journal is, as you know, the JALT Core is I co-founded the special interest group, and they started to publish journals after I tried to make it JALT Core Journal for Core EJ, but they have different politics, right? So they have now published with castledown.com, more commercial. So well published journal now. You can find a lot of good information. This is current, maybe not current. I erased the left side part, and you may find the past issues from volume 1, number 1, to special issues, and current, regular issues for August here is listed. And also special issue was published in September. So you may click and find out more in detail, okay? Move on. So here is a brief history of Core EJ timeline. It was, we used to have the paper-based on-call journal in Australia. Dr. Mike Levy, currently at the UQ, maybe retired, I'm not sure. He is, when he was at the Bond University in Gold Coast, I was a visiting scholar, so we tried to make it online journal, so that I started already in 1996 to 99 to publish Core EJ in an informal way, after getting some researchers from JALT Core members. Then we merged and make it Core EJ Online. But after 2010, we named, maybe online is not necessary, so we changed to Core EJ. And then 2011 to 20, and European Reference Index for Humanities or Scopus or National Diet Library of Japan or Web of Science, they are recognized our journal as a good journal so that it's indexed. So then now, actually, this was not updated, but 2020, the number of received manuscript was over 126, and last year was the record high, 171. And this year, now, 100. So I'm working on it. So move on, please. So Core EJ team, all volunteer-minded, including Mr. Harik, all over the world. And 16 members, the editorial board consists of 16 members from Japan, Spain, Iran, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, South Korea, and the USA. And reviewers more from 20 different countries, from East Asia, Southeast Asia, or Middle East, or Australia, New Zealand, and USA, UK. So quite good reviewer team, although some are not always available. Okay, move on. So this is the kind of chart you can see. Actually now the total is 100, and this is rejected 59. And 15 or 16 articles are under review now, and for formal review, and other several waiting for internal reviews. And withdrawn or not resubmitted, it happens. Some people, after we give the internal review, they do not come back. They don't want to resubmit because of some unknown reasons. And acceptance is just smaller numbers because we are concerned about the quality of papers, the Q1 journal in Scopus. Okay, next one, please. This is overview of published articles and total rate. And so software book reviewers sometimes we have, but not many. And the forum specialist article, more featured articles are main. Okay, so move on. And please, you slowly click. So this is a review process. Oops, doesn't work. Okay, can you click? All right, maybe I can click. All right, we accept APA style written manuscript using Word, and you have to submit plagiarism check report like using Turnitin, and less than 50% is required. So if it is accepted after internal reviews or rejected, then sometimes resubmission is required for internal review result. Then we find the available reviewers, and the double-blinded reviews are done, then rejected or accepted. And if contradictory result we receive from two different reviewers, we may ask a third reviewer to do it. Yeah. Then rejected or resubmission, revised resubmission for publication. All right, next. Maybe I can click, right? Okay. So this is a style, manuscript received, internal reviews, and accepted or rejected, and peer reviews are going down, and accepted, rejected, and published, all right? And can I click? Oh, you have to click, okay. No, different, next. Something wrong? Can't move. All right. Okay, here. All right. So it takes usually shortest time for the past 2 years is 2 months to be accepted. Where written, where researched, and where reviewers accepted as it is, or sometimes very minor revisions. And also longer one is taking 7 months. Because so many major revisions are done, but still rechecked and accepted. So it took 7 months, and it's a case of 2021 and 22. After 1 month, article was shortest time to reject it. Of course, some of the articles which were not does not match with our objectives immediately rejected. But usually, 1 month at least. And longest one is 6 months of struggling and then rejected. Next, please. So suddenly it happens, but yeah, you can just show this one. This is Hernando 2020's 8 reasons why articles are accepted. Okay, yeah, light theme and original and so on. Difference relevant and methodological importance, and also discussion and conclusions, data analysis results, and also other research articles. Okay, move on. Sometimes it fails technical screening and also does not fall within the aims and scopes, or sometimes it's incomplete, then they are rejected. And also data is not good enough, or, just very few data to show the proof of that research. Move on. Also, often that kind of repeating content, and it's not really good enough, or conclusions are not really justified by the data shown or analysis was made. And also sometimes, even though it was written in English and checked by Grammarly or something like that, but sometimes some of the parts are incomprehensible, or sometimes topic is not really updated, boring for the readers. We judge like that too. All right, move on. So problems found, paper format, language, and literature review, and methodology. Paper format, we require A4 size, but many people use letter size and Word, and sometimes directly send me PDF form. Not really, they don't read the guidelines well. And sometimes the right to left writing problem for Arabic writers. So I have sometimes difficulty to format it, and also lack of plagiarism report. Or actually, one of the Algerian researchers recently submitted, but he cannot afford to use the Turnitin, so or formal Grammarly version of plagiarism, so that he had to withdraw. And also language, English, of course, you are required to check before you submitting, but often there are lots of problems. And because I'm using a Grammarly to read while reading the original manuscript, I found lots of problems in English, and especially non-native speakers of English writers. And literature reviews also. Move on. Okay. Literature review is outdated. You need to have at least the latest reference for the past 5 years, but sometimes out of date. And APA format problem. And methodology, of course, single method is not really welcome. You may be welcome to use more mixed method. Okay, move on. Then time is running. Okay. And case study of Indonesian manuscript. Unfortunately, this morning I have to reject the one more. So here is the kind of accepted is still lower, then rejected is quite a bit. And so we have to think about the quality of papers. All right, move on. I'll get to some questions later after this. So this is why Indonesian manuscript rejected. Well, actually, manuscript does not fit the journal's objectives, and technology was not involved much, or some weaknesses of organization, or major issues to the grammar or word choice is sometimes problematic. And also, when it says poorly written, abstract was unclear, and the methodology was not clearly described. That is also a problem. And title warrants more qualitative rich analysis, although mixed methodologies used. Data discussion was not really mainly statistical only, and not quite important parts are missing. And the references, except a few, are rather outdated. As I said, last 5 years is more important. And manuscript is not well written, an academic paper, so the basic English issues again. All right, let's move on. Also, experimenters, many people now use the experiment style of research, and sometimes sample is too small to justify the research result. So that is the biggest problem. And also, manuscript does not fit the journal's object or theory or design. And also technology also plays a very secondary role, not primary role in this paper, so that even though it is well written, sometimes it was not acceptable. Also mentioned the mixed methodology, and also manuscript should provide readers more global. It's too local, so that, sorry, we have to turn it down. You have to be more applicable to global education or research. And small scale study, again, has some problems. Okay, move on. So article is even well written or well organized. Sometimes, state of art conclusion is missing, so that we have to turn it down. Okay, next. Quality of writing is very poor sometimes, and wordy, for example, in addition to is sometimes grammarly mentioned, this is too much, in addition to, right? So wordy expression should be short, minimum, make it as minimum. And also sometimes incomprehensible expressions are used. So always you have to check it more carefully to be more readable for our researchers. Okay, move on. So recommendations for avoiding rejections is you have to understand why you are sending your manuscript to College Journal or other journals. And you have to understand that journal's scope and objectives. And also, mentioned already repeatedly, you need to include past 5 years of published articles, hopefully referred journals. So you need to get some training. Still, even though we require APA 7, version 7, and some of the researchers don't understand well. So you have to go to APA Produce or Scriber or the APS 7 organized APS website to find out more. Next, please. So mixed method is more recommended. You don't really get just a questionnaire or survey, even if you have enough number. You have to always include some interviews results so that it's you can balance it. Okay, and software is SPSS is very popularly used, but the other statistical application is acceptable. All right, move on. So before you submit, always check with Grammarly or any similar spell grammar checker. Of course, Word has now function of editor, so you can use that editor to check your Word file. Or if you don't have that Grammarly, or Grammarly is free, of course, you can download and install to your PC. But if you have a qualified native speaker, means who has published referred journals before, not on just a native speaker does not make, does not qualify. like, I'm a Japanese speaker, so that I can write Japanese papers, but still I need sometimes ask some other professional to check my paper, right? So same thing can be said to you people too. All right, please, next. So 6 tips are mentioned here. Just briefly look and probably understand that. Move on. So references are here I used, so you can go and find out more if you like. Move on. So this is my recommendation, and it's challenging, of course, because I like challenge-based learning or teaching. And don't forget to do both grammar and plagiarism checks always before submitting your paper. And also, depending on the journal or academic organization, they have some style. So you have to follow that style by reading guidelines for submission more carefully and accurately. Okay, thank you. Next. Yeah, well, terima kasih, and any questions that you can always email me or contact me through the Corey J editor. And thank you. And special thanks to Falak. All right, I'll show you now. Any questions? Okay, I'll show you then. Which one? Okay. Okay, here is the already published journal. You may know this. These scholars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people collaboratively have written this paper, and abstract is summarized. This one. Some people still you can see the red colors because this is Grammarly installed. As I mentioned, editor function. You can use this one when you write, and keyword is within 5 words or phrases. Then you can write introduction nicely, including some literature reviews, and then research question comes, and then review related literature in this case. So quite, not 2018 to 2020, 2021. Yeah, the latest articles were cited. And then method was mentioned, how method design, research design and participants, and tables are shown. Graphical information is welcome, of course. And then data analysis result and discussion. You can have separate section results only to discuss, then discussion goes on based on results, fine. And some of the, again, the interview or comments by participants are introduced here. And data is shown based on this. Discussion was here, separately shown here. And conclusions. Yeah, sometimes conclusions are very lengthy one I find, but has to be, well, a few paragraphs, right? At least 1 or 2 paragraphs, acknowledgement and references. And the references always now require, if they are online journal or available online, you have to indicate the URL or DOI. Okay, so we make sure every online resources are including those information. Okay, this is the published sample, and bad one, not bad one. Okay. Okay, this is actually recently rejected book review by Indonesian scholars. And I'm showing the reviewer 1, reviewer 2, because reviewer 1 was a little bit positive, so that, however, reviewer 2 was negative, so rejected it. So I have to ask reviewer 3, but reviewer 3 eventually rejected it. So as a result, it was rejected. Even the book review, but we recommended this, as I said, would be suitable for non-core journals. So recommended to send after revised, they should be sent to other journals. Okay. And another one I show you. Okay. This one. Another one in a couple of months ago, another regular manuscript by Indonesian scholars was rejected after both mentioned it was not good enough. So here is the comment by reviewer 1, and reviewer 1 was very detailed reviewed and commented on what was the problem for each section, like findings or using the quizzes on that gamification site, and also questions about their findings or data analysis problems or another logistical perspective.
Sorry,
yeah,
Professor. The paper that you are presenting is not visible on our screen.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to see that.
Something wrong with the Zoom. Okay. Can you see now?
No, Professor.
No? You can't see?
Must be in trouble with your screen.
Maybe you stop sharing at your end, or then I can use my sharing screen command. Yeah, probably. Can you see now?
No, Professor. We are
Something wrong.
okay.
I'm sharing from my side.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Maybe then that is a problem, huh?
Okay.
Okay, here.
Okay, Professor.
Yeah.
I cannot see your screen.
you can't see my screen again. Oh, strange. I'm showing using, you can see still?
Okay, okay. So we can see it now, Professor.
Oh, okay. Something wrong, huh? Yeah, well, it's online style always have a problem sometimes. Okay, so this is a rejected sample of manuscript, regular article, and written by Indonesian scholars. And only I'm showing some reviewer one with very detailed reviewed comments was given to authors, so that I'll send these comments. And reviewer 2 also some problems with this manuscript here. So here, for example, reviewer 2 said the study did not mention any frameworks used to guide the study, or it would be better if the used questionnaire survey was attached as the appendix. Usually, so that the reviewer can understand what kind of questions, questionnaire or survey was used. So, or there should be table to illustrate demographics of participants is missing in this case. And also, Mancover program here. And also APA style always has program. And weak rack support, right? And authors needs to have some identical sentences, words in both introduction literature review sessions, so they have to be more carefully written. So this is an example which, when we rejected it. Of course, accepted papers also maybe time is running. I will send it to Mr. Halak about this one. Sage Publishing, can you see this one?
Okay, Professor, we can see.
Can you see?
Yes.
The device to PowerPoint file, can you see?
Yes, yes, Professor,
Okay.
we can see.
Yeah, actually, I revised a little bit. So this is the latest one and previous. Yeah, this is today's date, and one more rejected, unfortunately. And that is the Indonesian case study. And okay, so yeah, why rejected? But you have to learn from the failure. Always you have to improve it. And if you go to Sage Publishing, here is YouTube video. You can understand how to get published, submitting your paper. So you can find this one, 2 minutes 35 seconds. So you can go and watch it. Okay. All right. So any questions, right? Time is running. So I have to stop now. Maybe it's more easy to see your questions and answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kazunori.
Sure.
By the way, for the second paper that you presented a few minutes ago, this is very interesting topic on informal digital learning. And some of the authors are with us today, attending and listening to your workshop. Let me say hello to one of them, Dr. Kurniasi. Hello, Dr. Kurniasi. Dr. Kurniasi is one of the authors. Okay, Dr. Kurniasi. Are you here with us?
Yes,
all right. Okay.
I am here, Mr. Farooq.
Right. Dr. Kurniasi, could you please say something of your personal experiences on getting published in COL-EG journal? Please, Dr. Kurniasi.
Hello, Professor Nozawa.
Hi. Thank you very
Yes.
much for your contribution.
Thank you very much for giving the chance for us, for me and my team, my co-authors, to publish in your journal in ICON-ELT in 2022. And we are lucky to have valuable experience during the process. And yeah, I can say that ICON-ELT is a reputable journal that allow us to learn new things from the comments from the reviewers. Thank you very much. Stay healthy, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kurniasi. Professor Kazunori, Dr. Kurniasi is a faculty member in our department, English Education of University of Islam, Malang. Well, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very good opportunity for you to address questions to our professor, Professor Kazunori. And we have two questions already, Professor. The first
Yeah,
is
Mr.
from
Farid, I'm reading some of the
Okay.
chat comments or questions. Okay, all right. Okay. Oh, is it allowed to submit our article in different journal in the same time? No, of course not. You know,
But the answer is no.
yeah, you have to consider and choose right journal, and also we see some articles submitted was already submitted to other journals and turned down. So they just send us the same article, but some of our associate editors or reviewers, oh, this one is already. Also, there are reviewers for other journals too. So I saw this one, or I reviewed and turned it down. So why they are sending the same article to our journal, right? Of course, you can try, but you have to improve after you get some reviews from other journals, and otherwise, if it's the same article without revision. Of course, automatically, naturally rejected, of course, right? So you have to always constantly improve your articles. So otherwise, it's not publishable. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. So,
Sure.
ladies and gentlemen, we cannot send our papers to more than one academic journals in the same time, of course.
Okay. Some of the we have some problem with sometimes reviewers. Some reviewers, we asked. Suddenly has some personal programs, and they cannot do it, and without letting me know, so that I can't ask somewhere else. So, or some unfortunately, one of the reviewers was on leave, and she did not check my emails very carefully, or maybe left in a spam box or somewhere. So she did not, I have to remind her a few times, but finally she came back and did it, but sometimes happens. Or sometimes some reviewers are very good. They can do it, quickly read and evaluate in a couple of days, or even 1 week, or some very talented scholars, they can handle few articles, and one of the my reliable reviewers accepted 3 or 4 articles at the same time to review in a month. And of course, some of them are very slow to do, because especially American scholars or Western scholars are very busy, so that I can do it in a month, or after summer vacations over, or please ask me 1 year later, or something like that. It happens. So it's kind of difficult to find the right reviewer to do this. And also reviewers, as you see the review 1 for why it was rejected, he very carefully read the manuscript and gave good suggestions to improve. So there are some good reviewers and so-so reviewers, or maybe pretty busy, because it's a voluntary work and we don't pay anything. We don't have money, actually, for the past 23 years. It's all up to our international volunteer-minded scholars. And it's quite, however, it has been very popular now all over the world, and I get lots of papers from especially Indonesia now, and also maybe thanks to my presentation last year, I did 3 times for Indonesian university programs, and also other conference last few days ago, and so on. So I appreciated Indonesians' active research work and the submission of papers to us. It's good, we are professionals, of course, or would be professionals, right? In the PhD program scholars, you have to, or like Oregon State University PhD program requires publishing in a reference journal. So we get some book reviews or software reviews. We welcome those software or book reviews. Books are not really common now, so ebooks, of course, readily published by well-known publishers. That would be nice to share the ideas of that theory and practical data. And also apps quite, coming up, a lot of Canvas or Flip or, any kinds of apps, very useful for, especially in corona pandemic period, right? Online providing. I'm using Flips for students to make a project, video project to discuss ICT trend, or last time in the first semester, I used the Japanese snacks to explain in English. So they made a video to introduce about small group first, then individually for Japanese drinks. Second, so they did it twice. So I asked them to approach to Flip and use the Google's form to evaluate each of them by watching, something like that. So you can write the paper easily by practicing using updated applications. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kazunori.
Yeah.
So I think if it is challenging for you to find any reviewers, then I could serve that. So just share the papers with me and with the other Indonesian scholars. Hopefully, more and more Indonesian scholars could get published in COL-EG in these years. Thank you very much, Professor Kazunori, and dear participants. We are running out of time. We are so sorry for today, but I think we could see in the next future, and hopefully that you could send your manuscript to COL-EG, and Professor Kazunori is very happy to welcome it and then read and consider your manuscript, given that the manuscript is of high quality. Professor Kazunori, thank you so much for today, and thank you for your very great presentation today. As a token of appreciation, the committee would like to give you a certificate. So for the committee, please.
Can I share a slide, a PDF format here for everybody, if you are interested? Or I can I can send you to revised one. Yes,
okay,
please. Okay, so I'll give you a PDF file then here from.
Okay, Professor, I think you could send the files to me, to my email.
Okay, sure.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor. Right. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving applause, a great applause for our keynote speaker on today's workshop.
Thank you very much,
Professor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, I say goodbye and see you again. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the amazing workshop today. Thank you very much for Professor Kazunori for Tsumeikan University, Japan. And we are going to continue the plenary session at 10 a.m. And then now we have the break time. And thank you very much for the participants. I'll see you at 10 a.m.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Malang, kampus multikultural dari NU untuk Indonesia dan peradaban dunia.
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan lembaga yang menjadi pusat keunggulan dan rujukan dalam penerapan pendidikan, penelitian, dan penerapan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari kita tingkatkan mutu pendidikan bangsa dan negara ini melalui Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Malang.
FKIP Universitas Islam Malang sebagai penyelenggara Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi juga menyelenggarakan berbagai program unggulan untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan mahasiswa.
FKIP Unisma memiliki 4 program studi yang dikembangkan dengan mempertimbangkan keseimbangan antara idealisme dan profesionalisme serta berkomitmen untuk menjadi lembaga pendidikan yang bermutu dan mencetak lulusan yang unggul, kreatif, inovatif, dan bermoral. Jejaring nasional dan internasional yang dibangun FKIP Unisma menghasilkan berbagai program unggulan, antara lain webinar internasional, PPL dan KSM International, dan joint research. FKIP Unisma memiliki sumber daya manusia yang profesional dan kompeten dalam memberikan pelayanan yang sistematis, ramah, cepat, dan berbasis hybrid offline dan online.
Selain program-program yang unggul, FKIP Unisma juga memiliki sarana dan prasarana yang sangat memadai dan sangat lengkap untuk menunjang proses pembelajaran.
Untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran, FKIP Unisma memiliki laboratorium yang lengkap di masing-masing program studi, perpustakaan yang bersih, indah, dan nyaman untuk belajar.
FKIP Unisma mewadahi berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa melalui Ormawa untuk mengasah kompetensi baik di bidang akademik maupun non-akademik.
Berbagai aktivitas kemahasiswaan selalu dikembangkan untuk menggali potensi, minat, bakat, dan ilmiah mahasiswa.
FKIP Universitas Islam Malang mencetak guru profesional dan berakhlakul karimah.
Mari bergabung dengan FKIP Unisma Malang.
FKIP Unisma Malang,
Jaya!
jaya!
Hari ini saya di sini di kampus Unisma untuk pertama kalinya dan saya sangat gembira, senang karena apa? Saya suka kampus ini, ada banyak gedung yang bersih, kampus bersih dan ada seperti harum dan saya suka mahasiswa sangat gembira, pintar dan saya berharap wow kalian harus ke sini tidak hanya karena kampus yang indah, tapi juga pendidikan yang sangat wow, level tinggi. Jadi, I want to invite you to join this program, pendidikan bahasa Inggris di Unisma. Ayo, dan sampai jumpa.
Welcome to Universitas Islam Malang, high-quality university with pleasant class atmosphere equipped with the internalized values of Ahlussunnah wal Jamaah. The development of more complete laboratory at Unisma provides service to help the students to achieve excellent and competitive skills. Unisma has 10 accredited faculties with international reputation. Has comfortable, beautiful, conducive, and clean facilities and good infrastructure to motivate and inspire students and the scholars to work and reach achievement. Universitas Islam Malang is a campus equipping students with character building based on the Islamic and Indonesian values. As one of the leading universities in Indonesia, Universitas Islam Malang has been working closely with national and international institutions to improve the quality of education that produce competitive graduates. The the development of soft skills for various organizational activities is able to create national and international achievement. Unisma ranked 44 from all public and private universities in Indonesia, the Big Five private university in East Java Province, and ranked number 1 of Nahdlatul Ulama higher education institution in Indonesia. Unisma is the right university to produce graduates with excellent intellectual, spiritual, social, and emotional intelligence. Taqwa, independent, professional, and committed to provide services to the umat.
Unisma dari NU untuk Indonesia dan peradaban dunia.
Welcome to the Library of University of Islam Malang. Unisma Library was established on March 27, 1981, in conjunction with the establishment of Unisma Malang. It has 4 floors with a total area of 3,414 square meters. Unisma Library has implemented strict health protocols to tackle the spread of the COVID-19 virus. It does not only provide interesting readings, but also has furnished by unique interior design in each floor. On the first floor, there are various kinds of corners. They are literacy room, photocopy service, library cafe, study center for Nahdlatul Ulama, and the book collections are also available. Likewise, the literacy room is ready to accommodate various literacies of academic community at Unisma Malang. On the second floor, students can enjoy the reference collection and final assignment collection. The facilities make the Unisma students enjoy the book collections because they are also supported by a representative reading room, both a unique reading room and an outdoor reading room. On the third floor, there is a discussion room to sharpen library science in accordance with the discipline studies. It has also a reading room which every student can sit on the floor while reading some books. The rooftop is on the fourth floor of Unisma Library. It is an outdoor discussion place which closes to Unisma Orchid Garden. It is a place of cultivation and a network culture laboratory. Unisma Library has achieved excellent accreditation from National Accreditational Board. Let's increase and create literacy together with Unisma Library. Selamat datang di Kota Malang, kota pendidikan yang sangat strategis, mudah dijangkau dengan transportasi udara, kereta api, dan juga dengan kendaraan darat lainnya. Unisma merupakan kampus unggul, berdaya saing menerapkan Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, dan menjamin lulusannya memiliki multi kompetensi dan berkarakter baik. Unisma memiliki 36 program studi, terdiri dari jenjang S1, profesi, S2, dan S3. Mahasiswanya berasal dari 34 provinsi dan 34 negara. Milestone pengembangan Unisma menuju World Class University didukung oleh capaian peringkat universitas yang membanggakan. Pengembangan model pembelajaran berbasis case study, project-based learning, research and development telah banyak dilakukan dengan kreativitas dan inovasi tinggi, serta lompatan-lompatan pengembangan lebih produktif guna memberikan pengalaman nyata kepada mahasiswa. Bahkan, outcome-based education menjadi target utama dalam pembelajaran. Berbagai penyelenggaraan international conference telah dilaksanakan baik secara daring atau luring oleh dosen maupun mahasiswa. Hilirisasi produk-produk riset dan pengabdian telah dimanfaatkan masyarakat, dunia usaha, dan dunia industri. Jejaring kerjasama dibangun baik dalam dan luar negeri. Tersedia fasilitas penunjang seperti gedung pertemuan, rusunawa, inkubator bisnis, masjid yang artistik, laboratorium terpadu, perpustakaan modern, taman anggrek, pesantren Ainul Yakin, rumah sakit Islam, artificial intelligence, dan pusat inovasi dan kreativitas. Didukung dengan fasilitas lengkap dan nyaman, serta berbasis digital. Unisma sedang mengembangkan kampus 2 seluas 80 hektar dengan fasilitas lengkap berupa sarana olahraga dan rekreasi. Pembangunan laboratorium peternakan dan pertanian yang lebih modern di daerah Jenglong dan Kebon Agung. Kawasan New City di timur kota Malang juga sedang dikembangkan. Unisma juga telah mengembangkan sistem informasi manajemen persuratan atau SIMPERA. Nilai-nilai Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah yang telah diimplementasikan menjadikan Unisma sebagai kampus NU dengan spiritualitas yang kokoh. Hadirnya Presiden, Wakil Presiden, dan tokoh-tokoh nasional memberikan spirit kemajuan bagi kampus Unisma.
Saya merasakan pendidikan tinggi Islam yang maju dan modern di sini.
Berbagai prestasi mahasiswa di tingkat nasional dan internasional telah banyak ditorehkan. Unisma berada pada peringkat papan atas PTN PTS terbaik se-Indonesia dan top 33 Islamic Universities in the world, sehingga memiliki daya saing global. Perolehan akreditasi BAN PT dengan predikat unggul, A, dan baik sekali. Full accreditation ACI Jerman telah didapatkan oleh 3 program studi, sedangkan 7 program studi akan segera masuk di asesmen FIBA A. Unisma memiliki layanan sistem informasi bidang akademik bagi dosen dan mahasiswa melalui daring unisma.ac.id yang terkoneksi pada Dikti serta layanan sistem informasi terintegrasi Menara Unisma untuk memberikan layanan prima.
Universitas Islam Malang kampus kreatif, inovatif, unggul, berdaya saing, berjaring internasional menuju world class university.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Malang, kampus multikultural dari NU untuk Indonesia dan peradaban dunia.
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan lembaga yang menjadi pusat keunggulan dan rujukan dalam penerapan pendidikan, penelitian, dan penerapan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari kita tingkatkan mutu pendidikan bangsa dan negara ini melalui Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Malang.
FKIP Universitas Islam Malang sebagai penyelenggara Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi juga menyelenggarakan berbagai program unggulan untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan mahasiswa.
FKIP Unisma memiliki 4 program studi yang dikembangkan dengan mempertimbangkan keseimbangan antara idealisme dan profesionalisme serta berkomitmen untuk menjadi lembaga pendidikan yang bermutu dan mencetak lulusan yang unggul, kreatif, inovatif, dan bermoral. Jejaring nasional dan internasional yang dibangun FKIP Unisma menghasilkan berbagai program unggulan, antara lain webinar internasional, PPL dan KSM International, dan joint research. FKIP Unisma memiliki sumber daya manusia yang profesional dan kompeten dalam memberikan pelayanan yang sistematis, ramah, cepat, dan berbasis hybrid offline dan online.
Selain program-program yang unggul, FKIP Unisma juga memiliki sarana dan prasarana yang sangat memadai dan sangat lengkap untuk menunjang proses pembelajaran.
Untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran, FKIP Unisma memiliki laboratorium yang lengkap di masing-masing program studi, perpustakaan yang bersih, indah, dan nyaman untuk belajar.
FKIP Unisma mewadahi berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa melalui Ormawa untuk mengasah kompetensi baik di bidang akademik maupun non-akademik.
Berbagai aktivitas kemahasiswaan selalu dikembangkan untuk menggali potensi, minat, bakat, dan ilmiah mahasiswa.
FKIP Universitas Islam Malang mencetak guru profesional dan berakhlakul karimah. Mari bergabung dengan FKIP Unisma Malang.
FKIP Unisma Malang,
jaya!
Welcome to Universitas Islam Malang, high-quality university with pleasant class atmosphere equipped with the internalized values of Ahlussunnah wal Jamaah. The development of more complete laboratory at Unisma provides service to help the students to achieve excellent and competitive skills. Has 10 accredited faculties with international reputation. Unisma has comfortable, beautiful, conducive, and clean facilities and good infrastructure to motivate and inspire students and the scholars to work and reach achievement. Universitas Islam Malang is a campus equipping students with character building based on the Islamic and Indonesian values. As one of the leading universities in Indonesia, Universitas Islam Malang has been working closely with national and international institutions to improve the quality of education that produce competitive graduates. The development of soft skills for various organizational activities is able to create national and international achievement. Unisma ranked 44 from all public and private universities in Indonesia, the Big Five private university in East Java Province, and ranked number 1 of Nahdlatul Ulama higher education institution in Indonesia. Unisma is the right university to produce graduates with excellent intellectual, spiritual, social, and emotional intelligence. Takwa, independent, professional, and committed to provide services to the umat.
Unisma
Untuk Indonesia dalam peradaban dunia.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Malang, kampus multikultural dari NU untuk Indonesia dan peradaban dunia.
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan lembaga yang menjadi pusat keunggulan dan rujukan dalam penerapan pendidikan, penelitian, dan penerapan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari kita tingkatkan mutu pendidikan bangsa dan negara ini melalui Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Malang.
FKIP Universitas Islam Malang sebagai penyelenggara Tridharma perguruan tinggi juga menyelenggarakan berbagai program unggulan untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan mahasiswa.
FKIP Unisma memiliki 4 program studi yang dikembangkan dengan mempertimbangkan keseimbangan antara idealisme dan profesionalisme serta berkomitmen untuk menjadi lembaga pendidikan yang bermutu dan mencetak lulusan yang unggul, kreatif, inovatif, dan bermoral. Jejaring nasional dan internasional yang dibangun FKIP Unisma menghasilkan berbagai program unggulan, antara lain webinar internasional, PPL dan KSM International, dan Joint Research. FKIP Unisma memiliki sumber daya manusia yang profesional dan kompeten dalam memberikan pelayanan yang sistematis, ramah, cepat, dan berbasis hybrid offline dan online.
Selain program-program yang unggul, FKIP Unisma juga memiliki sarana dan prasarana yang sangat memadai dan sangat lengkap untuk menunjang proses pembelajaran.
Untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran, FKIP Unisma memiliki laboratorium yang lengkap di masing-masing program studi, perpustakaan yang bersih, indah, dan nyaman untuk belajar.
FKIP Unisma mewadahi berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa melalui Ormawa untuk mengasah kompetensi baik di bidang akademik maupun non-akademik.
Berbagai aktivitas kemahasiswaan selalu dikembangkan untuk menggali potensi, minat, bakat, dan ilmiah mahasiswa.
FKIP Universitas Islam Malang mencetak guru profesional dan berakhlakul karimah.
Mari bergabung dengan FKIP Unisma Malang.
FKIP Unisma Malang,
jaya!
Okay, we come back again, and I hope the participants are ready to follow this session. Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third plenary session. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Ali Saukah, MA PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Kalimantan Timur, Indonesia. He will present his paper entitled The Future of English Language Teachers in Indonesia. And I please Mr. Eko Suhartoyo, SPD, MPD, as the moderator to guide this session.
For the time given. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, Prof. Ali Saukah. Good morning, dear
Good morning.
ladies and
Very
gentlemen.
good morning.
How are you, Prof?
Very good, yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Prof. It is an honor for us to welcome to host you as the keynote speaker in this second day of our international conference on English and language teaching. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our first plenary session of the second day, let me read the curriculum vitae of Professor Ali Saukah, MA PhD. Please allow me to share the screen, Ibu Bapak. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here is the curriculum vitae of Prof. Ali Saukah. Prof. Ali Saukah was born in Boyolali, Central Java, in February 27th, in 1951. Then he got bachelor degree in TEFL from Universitas 11 Maret in 1975, and he earned his doctorandus degree in TEFL, which is equivalent to master's degree from the English language teacher training program of IKIP Malang. Now it is Universitas Negeri Malang in 1979, and then he earned his master degree as well as his philosophical doctor degree from University of Iowa in United States of America in 1986 and 1990 respectively. And his English teaching experience was started in 1972 as a part-time teacher at several private secondary schools in Solo. Before then, he moved to Malang in 1977. And then he was a full-time faculty member of English department at Universitas Negeri Malang from March 1980 to February 2021. And then from 1994 up to 2001, he served as the assistant director for administrative affairs. And from 2002 until 2007, he was the director of the graduate program at Universitas Negeri Malang. Then he retired from Universitas Negeri Malang on February 27th, 2021. Currently, Prof. Ali Saukah is the Dean of FKIP and the head of scholarly publication development at Universitas Muhammadiyah Kalimantan Timur, or UMKT. And in addition, he has been involved in the development of English language curriculum and in other related activity in the national level since 1990 at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. He was a member of the board of the National Standard of Education, or PSNP, in Jakarta in the period of 2019 until 2023. His main interests include English language teaching, curriculum, evaluation, and educational policies. Dear ladies and gentlemen, you can see the publication of Prof. Ali Saukah by seeing his Scopus author ID. Well, Prof. Ali Salkah, let me tell you that our session will be divided into two sessions. The first session is the presentation session, which will be lasted for about 45 minutes, and then it will be continued by the question and answer session for about 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Prof. Ali Salkah. Prof. Ali Salkah, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Health is perhaps the most important part of our life today, in order to be able to do our duties, our jobs very well. I hope everybody can hear me very clearly. Can you check? Can you hear me very clearly?
Yes, it is very clear, Prof.
Okay. I know that the participants can be categorized into two: face-to-face, luring, and online, right? I see 146 participants online. I don't know about the participants face-to-face in the campus. I'm doing it now from Solo. Yeah, okay. So let me save the time by sharing what's that? Can I have the access to share screen? Okay.
Yes, Prof, you may start your share screen.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, Prof. We can see it
Okay,
clearly.
thank you. Let me start now. I hope I can really finish. I can finish my presentation on time as scheduled. My title is Future of English Language Teachers in Indonesia, in the Indonesian context. I will talk about the future of English teachers in Indonesia as affected by three chronologically occurring important phenomena. The first one is the 4.0 Industrial Revolution, commonly known as the disruptive era, starting in the year 2011 at Hanover Trade Fair in Germany. The second is the new normal as a result of adapting the emergency period of COVID-19 pandemic, starting early in the year 2020, the year 2020. And the next normal, which is not very popular yet, after the disappearance of COVID-19 pandemic. And the last is affected by our government plan to replace three educationally related acts with one act of national education system. Let me just remind you that the three educationally related acts include Undang-Undang tentang Sistem Pendidikan Nasional, number 20, the year 2003, about Undang-Undang Guru dan Dosen, number 14, 2005, and Undang-Undang tentang Pendidikan Tinggi, number 12, 2012. Okay. I would like to present just points of my ideas in numerical numbers. I think I will have about 23 points. Point number one, in spite of the disruption of the Industrial Revolution 4.0, the roles of teachers will not be disrupted. But the question is, which roles of teachers will not be disrupted? I prefer to translate disrupted here as tersingkir. Which of the roles of the teachers will be tersingkir? Okay. Clinton Christensen from Harvard Business School predicted that 50% of the 4,000 colleges and universities in the US will be bankrupt in 10 to 15 years from 2017. Conditionally, yeah, if this is condition, yeah, conditionally, if they do not respond to the disruptive era. Fortunately, in his research, he found that most of the successful alumni who give generous donations to their alma maters in the United States, yeah, did so because a specific, did so meaning give the donation, generous donation, because a specific professor or coach inspired them, because of their professors who give them inspiration. They remember their professors who have given them inspirations to be successful. Their connection was not their discipline. It wasn't even the college. It was an individual member of the faculty. Member of the faculty is docent, yeah? Member of the faculty is docent. Faculty here is not facultas. Faculty here is teaching staff. Member of faculty is docent, the individual docent who had changed their life. The individual member of the faculty who had changed their lives. The most quoted from him, the most important thing that we add value to our students is the ability to change their lives. He explained, quoted again, it's not clear that can be disrupted. I rephrase this into, it is clear that it cannot be disrupted. What cannot be disrupted is the adding, the fact that they add value to the students about the ability to change their lives. I believe that teaching is a profession. I believe that teaching is a profession which will apparently exist forever. We need teachers to help the students learn, and learning is lifelong, as long as their life. Nobody can stop learning. In the advancement of information technology, enriched by artificial intelligence, however, online education is a promising alternative quality education to the conventional one. Access to learning resources through the Internet of Things is now inevitable. Learning resources in the Internet exceed the amount which can be provided by the presence of teachers in the class. Teachers should not ignore the fact that there is more knowledge available in the Internet than knowledge that teachers have. The question is that whether students at schools or at colleges in the class, not only pendidikan dasar dan menengah, but also pendidikan tinggi, ya, can learn whether the presence of a teacher can learn without the presence of a teacher. The question is whether students need teachers in the class to learn. If the teachers are still needed to help students learn, how should they help their students learn in the class? This is a very provoking question. Yeah? The term in the class, in the new normal now, in the advancement of information technology, should be redefined as proposed by Wise. Wise is from Jakarta. Yeah? 2020, I quoted his presentation about the definition, the new definition of class. So whenever we talk about class, we should remember the new definition. It's not our old definition of class separated by buildings, by walls. Okay. 4 kinds of classes. 4 kinds of classes. The first kind of class is the traditional one. They call it live synchronous learning, face-to-face, at the same time, together in the same place. Pembelajaran antara pembelajar dan pembelajar terjadi pada waktu yang bersamaan dan ruang yang sama. The traditional definition of a class. The second category, the second kind of class, tatap maya, is the virtual synchronous learning. Synchronous means at the same time. You meet at the same time, but virtually, not in the same place, learning in the class. Just like now, yeah? Just like now. Now, the third kind of class is independent, self-directed, asynchronous learning. Belajar mandiri kapan saja dan di mana saja sesuai dengan kondisi dan kecepatan belajar masing-masing. The idea here is created when you have to do your homework, you have to develop some project, you can work alone using all kinds of facilities around you. There is class in the third category. Class in the fourth category is collaborative. Collaborative asynchronous learning. A means not at the same time. You work together collaboratively, but not at the same time. Virtually. Belajar kapan saja dan di mana saja bersama narasumber lain. Remember, definition of narasumber here is not always like me or lecturers, but also colleagues, but also classmates or other people. And the concrete example is when you have a VA group, and then you can communicate anytime, anywhere. Anywhere you like, you can participate in the collaboration. So the new definition, I mean, I don't know whether I can call it new definition, but class should mean a class with the new definition, with a redefinition. Okay, so when we talk about a class, it doesn't have to be like tatap muka in the class traditionally. To answer the questions about what should be done by teachers in order to avoid being disruptive, to avoid being disrupted by the technology, we conduct a preliminary study involving 289 students and 183 teachers as our respondents. How teachers should help their students learn in the class. Again, in the class year can mean the 4 different kinds of class. The result of the study shows that the teacher's roles should be related to the following aspects, should be focused on the following aspects: affective, metacognitive, knowing about what they know, how to know about what they know, being role models, life skills, strategies for selecting instructional materials, facilitators as motivators, as supervisors, as assessors. Then there is just like short communication about the result of our preliminary study. Then we can compare with the results of analyzing the data with what ICON-Gilbert say about the new roles of teachers. Okay, in his book, he tried to answer his own questions as the title of the book. Why do I need a teacher when I've got Google? It's very provoking title of a book, yeah? Published in 2014. Now, if you can examine the points, the answers provided by ICON-Gilbert in his book, they seem to match. The role of according to Gilbert, yeah, the role of the 21st century teacher is to help young people know where to find the knowledge, not just share the knowledge, but where to find the knowledge. Know how to do with the knowledge when they get the knowledge. Tell them, help them know which can be considered as good knowledge and bad knowledge, and how to use the good knowledge and the bad knowledge, how to apply the knowledge, how to synthesize the knowledge, how to combine, merge the knowledge, help them to be creative with the knowledge, even to add to the knowledge, know which bits of information to use, when and how to use the knowledge, the information, know how to remember the key parts of the knowledge, not giving the knowledge anymore. In addition to that, according to ICON-Gilbert, the role of the 21st century teacher is to help young people develop their communication skills, their creativity. You remember the 21st century skills, yeah? But the third one is not included in the 21st century skill. Their curiosity, their ability to work well as a team, collaboration, right? Remember? The confidence, their confidence and self-esteem, their sense of what is wrong and what is right, their ability to deal with adversity, their understanding of their role as a citizen of the world. In other words, the 21st century teachers have a very powerful role in all the things computers cannot do yet or will never be able to do. And then compare with the recent report from UNESCO, published in 2021, entitled Reimagining Our Futures Together. a new social contract for education. I hope you can get access to this document fully. It's available in Google, in the internet. Let me read my favorite quotation from the report, from UNESCO report. This is very interesting, very surprising. I mean, I'm also surprised. There's some part that I don't really expect to be included in the report. Let me start reading it. UNESCO report. Teaching should be further professionalized, we know already, as a collaborative and endeavor where teachers are recognized for their work as knowledge producers. This is not really very familiar. Yeah? Recognized for their work, where teachers are recognized for their work as knowledge producers and key figures in educational and social transformation. Collaboration and teamwork should characterize the work of teachers. We already know that. Collaboration is very important. Reflection, research, and the creation of knowledge. Again, the creation of knowledge in line with the phrase knowledge producers. To produce knowledge, to create knowledge. Knowledge producers, knowledge creators. Let me repeat again. Reflection, research, and the creation of knowledge and the new pedagogical practices should become integral to teaching as part of their daily activities, responsible for teaching, for helping the students learn. This means that their autonomy and freedom, you remember Merdeka Belajar, ya? Kampus Merdeka. This means that their autonomy and freedom must be supported and that they must participate fully in public debate and dialogue on the futures of education. Teachers are expected to think about their own future the future of the schools, the future of their students. This is my favorite quotation from UNESCO. In short, according to the quotation, the future roles of teachers should include the following 4 aspects. Be able to collaborate with other personnel in a team, be reflective, again, knowledge producers from research as an integral part of teaching. This is my favorite focus because it's new, yeah. Producing knowledge, creating knowledge. That teachers in the future are expected to be able to produce knowledge, to create knowledge. Next, get support on their autonomy and freedom. Of course, we cannot disagree with this. We agree fully about the need to support the students, the teachers' autonomy and the teachers' freedom. The last point from the definition for my favorite quotation, be able to participate fully in public debate and dialogue on the futures of education, meaning that in the context of revising the Act of National Education System, teachers must be involved, must be invited to involve in the debate, in the dialogue for the futures of education as mandated in the plan for the national education system, rencana undang-undang tentang sistem pendidikan. Now, part of the definition, part of the quotation about the role of the teachers in the future is reflection, research, and the creation of knowledge, and new pedagogical practices should become integral part to teaching, as quoted from, again, my favorite quotation from UNESCO's report, inspires me to relate to what teachers at schools in Indonesia required to do for their job rank promotion. Very popular among teachers at schools, also among lecturers at the university. Classroom action research. But I think another kind of research, in addition to classroom action research, can be adopted as a very potential source, as a very potential way for ELT teachers to produce knowledge in ELT, as recommended by UNESCO. Again, teacher research in capital letter here is the name, a label for a kind of research, just like the name label for classroom action research as a name, teacher research. Okay, let me just introduce you to the definition a little bit. The definition of teacher research as the technical term for a kind of research, as defined by Borg 2013. Let me read the quotation here. Systematic. So again, teacher research is a systematic inquiry, qualitative and or it can be qualitative, it can be quantitative, it can be both, and or, yeah, qualitative and or quantitative, conducted by teachers in their own professional context, individually or collaboratively with other teachers and or external collaborators, that is collaborators from outside the school, and which aims to enhance teachers' understandings of some aspect of their work, and then is made public, publication, has the potential to contribute to better quality teaching and learning in individual classrooms, and which may also inform institutional improvement and educational policy more broadly, not at the school, but perhaps the district, even perhaps nationally. Based on the definition of the teacher research above, I can I can put it into detail that teacher research as the name of a kind of research has the following characteristics. Number one, systematic inquiry. And inquiry is just research, systematic research, systematic study, systematic investigation, systematic inquiry. It can be qualitative, it can be quantitative, it can be both. Combination of qualitative and quantitative. Conducted by teachers in their own professional context, not conducted by other than teachers, not conducted for other than their own professional context. Okay, if not conducted by teachers, if not in their own professional context, they are not teacher research. Individually or collaboratively, alone or working together with other teachers, with other educational personnel, aims to enhance teachers' understandings of some aspect of their work, always related to their job as teachers, made public. Made public means dipublikasikan, and dipublikasikan here doesn't mean to be submitted to a journal. No, to be made public means to tell other people in public. has the potential to contribute to better quality teaching and learning in individual classrooms, may also inform educational improvement and educational policy more broadly. Now, let me just clarify some understandings about teacher research in relation to other kinds of research methods. Teacher research is a broader term than action research. So action research can be included into the term teacher research. Teacher research can include action research, not on the other way around. While action research, when conducted by teachers, will also be teacher research. Remember that action research can also be conducted by other than the teachers in the class. Okay? If that is so, it's not teacher research. Okay? If lecturers conduct action research at schools, it will not be considered as teacher research. Much teacher research is classroom research, but not all classroom research is teacher research. For instance, academics, lecturers may visit schools to collect data for their research. This is not teacher research. Teacher research refers to the agents, that is the teachers who conduct the study. And teacher research can take place inside or outside the classrooms using any other kinds of research, as long as it is done by teachers about their teaching. It may be done in the class, it may be done at school, so it could be considered as classroom-based research. It can be school-based action research, school-based research, even community-based research, as long as it is done by teachers. It is about the teaching responsibility of the teachers. Now about the new roles of teachers in the future in relation to affected by the new educational act, the new acts of educational system. Okay, the Rencana Undang-Undang Sistiknas, which will replace the three kinds of educationally related acts. I think you know, even still at the present time, that stakeholders in education have worried about the absence of the English subject in the August 2022 draft. This is the latest draft, yeah. Draft Rencana Undang-Undang Sistiknas versi Agustus 2022. Why they are so worried about the recent draft? Because of the absence of pasal dan ayat, because of the absence of an article and verse, pasal dan ayat, in the draft for a legal basis to develop an English curriculum at schools. They suspect, they are worried that there will be no curriculum subject matter in the curriculum anymore. Okay, tidak ada lagi mata pelajaran wajib yang namanya mata pelajaran bahasa Inggris di SMP, Sanawiyah, SMA, Madrasah Aliyah. That's the thing that worries everybody when they look at the recent draft, the August 2022 draft of Rencana Undang-Undang tentang Sistiknas. Now, my point number 17, be very careful. In spite of the worry about the omission of the subject matter at the junior high, senior high, I'm very sure that the role of the subject, of the English subject, is increasingly more important than before. Okay, let me repeat again. People are worried about the existence of mata pelajaran bahasa Inggris because of the draft, because there's no pasal ayat in the draft about English as mandatory subject anymore. But in spite of that, I'm very sure that the role of the English subject at schools in Indonesia is increasingly more important than before. The number one evidence why I'm very sure about that is the inclusion of literacy in English. Again, the name of the examination, okay, subject, what do you call it? Mata uji in the National College Admission Exam, ujian masuk perguruan tinggi negeri next year, 2023, is indeed an evidence that English is still, if not more important than before in the school curriculum. The term literacy in English needs a careful interpretation in terms of the function of the subject, of the English subject in the school curriculum. I'm running out of time here, but let me. Okay. Now, I think I will have to show you that from the literature that you can also find in the internet, the new definition of literature. Remember, I focus on literature in English as the exam subject for ujian masuk perguruan tinggi negeri. Now, the old definition is again from the dictionary, ability to read and write, but then you can also have another definition from the dictionary, or having knowledge about something. But if you read from UNESCO, 2004 and 2017, you read from Montoya, from OECD, and then you read from PISA, quoted by Balitbang book, and you read from Balitbang Kemendikbud, Balitbang book, which is now BSKAP, Kemendikbud, and you read from Frankel, there is an extended definition of literacy, based on the extended definition policy of literacy. I also have a question raised to my colleagues. What is then the difference between literacy and the 4 language skills? When I raise a question to my colleagues of 10 experts in ELT, most of them are professors. I got their prompt answers right away. They answer my questions, which then I can summarize as follows about the extended definition of literacy. I call it the new definition of literacy. This is my summary of all the answers from my 10 colleagues. Yeah? Literacy is more encompassing, covering both written and oral language skills, and now includes multimodal literacy or multi-literacies. Literacy comes after the mastery of the language skills. Leaving, hopefully I can still have some time, yeah, moderator.
Yeah, we still got 10 minutes left, Prof.
10 minutes, okay, that's enough. Believing, be careful, look at my word. Believing, not assuming, yeah? Assuming, if I use the word assuming, I don't know whether it will happen or not, but believing, I'm very sure it will happen. Believing that the English subject is still a required subject, mata pelajaran wajib in the curriculum of the junior high and senior high schools in Indonesia, the instructional design of literacy in English can be integrated into all subjects in the curriculum along with literacy in Indonesian. There's a popular principle about teaching language, which is called language across the curriculum. The responsibility of teaching language is not just the responsibility of the teachers in the language subject, but all other subjects, teachers of all other subjects. Following that principle, literacy can be also done across all subjects. Literacy across all subjects, meaning that the responsibility is not only on the teachers of the language subject, but also all the subjects, literacy across the curriculum. Okay, in addition, the wider role of English at schools will affect the curriculum of the teacher training, teacher preparation study programs, program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris. The curriculum needs reorganizing the language skills courses to accommodate the wider function of the English subject at schools. Remember that not only the English teachers will be responsible for literacy in the language, but also all the teachers of all the subjects, if it is about literacy in Indonesian. But the question is, what about literacy in English? If it is literacy in Indonesian, the responsibility can be also be put on all the teachers of all subjects. But what about literacy in English? I think this is the job of ELT teachers. That's why then the English teacher preparation study program should think about preparing the new role of English teachers at secondary schools. In line with OECD 2019, I think you can also get this from the internet, to avoid curriculum overload, meaning curriculum will be overloaded with the subject matters, mata pelajaran, but also with literacy across the curriculum. Okay. The newer competencies, in this case, literacy, could be embedded within the existing curriculum in a meaningful way. This is very important. Okay. Important in developing the curriculum at schools and the curriculum at Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris at the universities. Now, let me come to the end of my presentation. I call it concluding remarks. The concluding remarks. The first one is that the English language teachers in Indonesia need to adjust with the disruptive era affected by the 4.0 industrial revolution, with all kinds of online education, online learning, with the use of IT, learning from the disaster, learning from pandemi, mengambil hikmah dari musibah pandemi. As a result of adapting the emergency period of COVID-19 pandemic, starting early in the year 2020, English language teachers have been forced to adopt the new roles in the advancement of IT. This is what I mean by hikmah, mengambil hikmah from the musibah. Yeah, learning from a disaster. We have been forced to adopt IT-based kinds of activities. There is a potentially challenging role of English teachers in Indonesia adapting to the wider role of the English subject in literacy in English in its wider definition. I don't mean to say that literacy in English will become a new subject, but it will be a new competencies needed by the graduates of secondary schools, the graduates of universities. Again, don't misunderstand me. I don't propose to have a new subject called literacy in English. But I think this is going to be the role of English language teachers. If literacy in Indonesian, the role can be put into all subject teachers, but not literacy in English. Okay, the last but not the least concluding remark, which I cannot help mentioning, is a study by Zing Zi et al. And others, 2020, recently published about online education. This is the title of the article published in a highly reputable journal, Online Education in the New Normal and the Next Normal. So again, this is a new label, the next normal. We usually, we have been talking about the new normal. And then there's another term called, introduced by this study, next normal. And I will quote, because I'm very interested in the ideas. So the abstract of the article quoted below. But in paragraphs, yeah, I mean, as quoted, but in paragraphs. The development and advancement of information technology provide a technical platform for education reform and opportunities for innovation in education. The global COVID-19 pandemic has created a new normal that further springboards such opportunities to large-scale implementation of online education. Jadi bisa juga itu nanti ada SMA online, ya, open SMA, SMA terbuka, bukan karena the old definition of SMA terbuka, but SMA terbuka just like open university, universitas terbuka, adopting online system of education. Because online education has the advantages of flexibility, information accessibility, global reach, equity, innovation, and efficiency, a growing number of educational institutions are offering degree-granting distance and hybrid education programs, combination of face-to-face and online. Point number 3 in the abstract, however, online education also has its shortcomings, which include technological constraints, the lack of a sense of belonging, connectedness, this is very important, the presence of distractions, and lack of engagement. Kalau pas kuliah daring, ada mahasiswa yang mungkin sambil tiduran, lack of engagement. This one is very important. I think you already know about this. lack of engagement as the drawback, as shortcoming. Learners who have basic technical skills and access to technology, hardware and software, and are self-motivated in learning as well as self-disciplined in time management can succeed in online education. Otherwise, they will not succeed. Online education in the post-COVID-19 pandemic, which is the next normal, will continue to play an important role. Okay? So don't stop. By point number six here is very important. By incorporating artificial intelligence and mobile education, online education will coexist with traditional education to provide more education options, promote education equity, and enhance education innovation. I think that's it all. Okay. I have the references here. You can read further from the references. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow, thank you very much, Prof. Ali Saka. It's such a very interesting topic to us, especially for English language teachers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the next session, which is question and answer from the participant, both offline participant and online participants. Okay. Is there any questions? Please raise your hand or just simply chat on the chat box. Yeah, write your question on the chat box and I will read your question.
Nurul Faidah, raise hands.
Yes, Nurul Faidah. Would you please unmute your microphone? I'm afraid that it is now available for the participant to unmute the microphone. If it is okay, I think, would you please kindly write down your question on the chat box, please? Yes, it is.
How many face-to-face participants? They can also raise their hands. Yeah. The face-to-face participants.
We got more than 15 face-to-face participants, Prof. Here.
Okay.
Yeah, we got one question from the chat box, Prof. From Budusire. What is the
interesting
worst?
here? What is the worst scenario when English is excluded from the curriculum? The effect for teacher education program, moreover for the students.
Yes,
my answer is, let's fight. That's war. Because I don't believe it. I don't believe that it will be excluded. Okay. We will fight.
Yes,
I will be in front. Okay.
We do agree with you, Prof.
That's the worst. That's the worst scenario when English is excluded from the curriculum.
I think all of us has already filled out the form of the, what is that? Change.org. Yes, the survey. We support for the practitioner.
Yeah, again,
English.
Don't worry. I mean, I have already contacted they have already assured me that it will still be included as mata pelajaran wajib. Okay, in the curriculum. So the worst scenario, okay, we fight. We'll fight. I'll be in front. Okay. So don't worry too much. Bunus Aliyah. That's from Bunus Aliyah, yeah. Nusa Aliyah. Question from Bunus Aliyah.
Yes, Prof. Do we have still any questions?
Bunus Aliyah can also say something if she wants to respond to my answer.
Yeah. Yes, Prof. In related to the Ian Gilbert study that you have presented earlier, Prof, there are several aspects in related to the teacher's roles, including effective metacognitive role models, life skills, strategies for selecting facilitators and motivators, supervisor, as well as the assessors. In dealing with the implementing of the technology, which one is the most important one, Prof, in your opinion?
Yeah, my own belief, yeah, my own belief. I think it's supported by the literature, supported by our own research, preliminary research study. Two things or three things. Two things. But the keywords, role model, be an example. Be an example in terms of good characters, menjadi model, menjadi contoh, bukan memberi contoh ya, menjadi contoh dalam kaitannya dengan kepribadian, role model in the characters for character education. The second one is be a role model to be a lifelong learner. To be a lifelong learner. Yeah. To be a role model, menjadi teladan apa ya? Contoh hidup, role model dalam perilaku kesehariannya, about the integrity of a person, and integrity of a person can be manifested in what is said is the same as what is done. Satunya kata dan perbuatan. Role model in terms of character education, to be a role model in that. Also to be a role model as long life learner, menjadi model, menjadi panutan, kelihatan kesehariannya, juga guru, dosen, menjadi pembelajar sepanjang hayat. Pembelajar sepanjang hayat can be indicated by in front of the class, for instance. Kalau tidak tahu, ya bilang tidak tahu, akan saya cari nanti. Itu adalah menunjukkan bahwa guru, pendidik, guru sekolah, pendidik lah gitu, juga sedang belajar, juga ikut belajar, juga ikut, walaupun sudah seperti saya artinya mantok gitu ya, sudah mantok lagi dari segi pendidikan formal, itu juga masih tetap belajar. Kalau tidak tahu ya menjadi lebih tahu, menjadi tahu, itu kan pembelajaran. Dua hal itu kunci yang paling utama. Saya tidak menjaring itu. Kalau saya menjaring itu, saya akan dapat persetujuan 100% mungkin. Apakah Anda setuju bahwa apapun yang terjadi dalam perkembangan teknologi, apapun yang terjadi, dua peranan ini tidak akan pernah bisa digeser oleh IT yang manapun, oleh produk dari artificial intelligence yang manapun tidak akan pernah digeser. Dua hal ini. Dan saya yakin itu akan disetujui oleh responden saya. Yang itu pertama dari segi perilaku kesehariannya. Di dalam kelas, di luar kelas, di sekolah, di rumah, dimanapun, di masyarakat, sebagai role model dalam kaitannya dengan kepribadian, khususnya integrity tadi. Yang dikatakan ya sama dengan yang dilakukan. Satunya kata dan perbuatan, integrity. Yang kedua itu juga tetap belajar, baca buku. Kalau tidak tahu juga mengatakan tidak tahu. Kalau ada pertanyaan dari kelas misalnya, oke, ayo kita cari sendiri. Saya juga belum tahu. Itu kalau kemudian mencari tahu, that is the activity of a learner. A learner, pembelajar, orang yang belajar itu adalah berusaha dari tidak tahu menjadi tahu, dari tidak terampil menjadi terampil. Itu harus juga terlihat dari perilaku keseharian dilihat oleh para peserta didiknya pada sosok seorang pendidik. Dan itu tidak akan pernah bisa digeser oleh IT. Begitu, itu kalau boleh saya yakini begitu. Jadi itu menginspirasi saya untuk membuat polling gitu ya. Apakah setuju atau tidak? Yang tidak akan pernah sampai kiamat itu ya. Will never be disrupted by any technology. Dua hal tadi. Mungkin masih ada yang lain ya selain dua, tapi dua hal ini yang menurut saya udahlah. Itu dua hal. Artinya yang satu itu katakanlah masalah afektif ya. Masalah afektif, masalah keagamaan mungkin ya, perilaku orang yang beragama Islam tentu itu ya perilakunya memang Islami dan seterusnya. Itu kalau berlaku pada aspek agama. Kemudian siapapun ya, agama apapun, perilaku seorang pendidik adalah perilaku yang bisa dicontoh oleh peserta didik. Bagaimana pendidik masih terus belajar. Karena kalau pendidik terus belajar, maka pendidik akan dianggap mampu juga membelajarkan, membantu peserta didik untuk belajar. Okay, very good question, inspiring me to have those two answers, which I may put it as research question for my next question, my next research. Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you,
Prof.
Pak Eko.
My last intriguing question, Prof, related to the one of your concluding remarks that there is a potential challenge of English teachers in our country, in Indonesia, in the adapting to the wider role of the English subject in literacy, Prof. What does it mean? How wide is the challenge, Prof? I mean,
Yeah.
into the wider definition. What does it mean, Prof?
Yeah, let me clarify what I mean by the wider definition of literacy. The old the traditional definition of literacy is to be able to read and write.
Yes.
Itu definisi melek aksara ya. Ya, literacy, melek aksara. Dianggap buta huruf kalau tidak bisa baca, tidak bisa tulis. Membaca dan menulis can be considered as two of the language skills. When we teach a language, any language, including English, we teach students to be able to communicate by listening, by reading, by writing, by speaking, the four language skills. Literacy is not just the four language skills. Yeah, literacy is not just making them be able to speak the language, to read, listen, and write, but more than that, itu the wider role of a language teacher. More than that, there is the extended definition of literacy. Dengan menguasai 4 keterampilan berbahasa itu, mereka bisa menjadi global citizens, bisa survive, bisa succeed, bisa berhasil, bisa survive, bisa berhasil, bisa mengadaptasi tantangan-tantangan, bisa hidup dengan layak. Ya, jadi tidak hanya sekedar bisa ngomong, bisa mendengarkan orang kalau ngomong, bisa menulis, bisa membaca, tapi bagaimana memanfaatkan 4 keterampilan berbahasa itu untuk hidup layak sesuai dengan perkembangan zaman. Ini apa penjelasan saya tentang wider definition of literacy beyond the 4 language skills.
Yes, it is.
Ini tantangan, ini sulit sekali. Bagaimana caranya? Itu bisa saja menghadirkan segala macam teks tentang kehidupan. Dan kemudian dari teks-teks tentang kehidupan itu, all kinds of text about life. Then we can help the students learn how to be confronted, how to deal with that.
With the real situation, yeah.
Through text in the class.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof, for the answers. It's always inspiring to have you today, Prof. Well, Ibu Bapak, ladies and gentlemen, we have to come to the end of the session. Once again, Prof. Ali Sauka, it is an honor for us to have you here today with us. Would you please, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for the
my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Share with us today. So don't be worried about our existence, especially English subject. We will fight.
Don't worry
with the Prof.
Don't worry. I'm sure you don't need to worry.
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Please allow us to share the material today, Prof, to the audience.
Sure, yes.
Okay,
sure,
thank you very
yes.
much, Prof. Well, Prof, please allow me to share the token appreciation for you as the keynote speaker today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. You can just send me in my WA.
Yeah, sure, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Take care, yeah, everybody.
Stay healthy, Prof. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's all from us. Allahumma fiq ila amitorik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
All right, this is the end of the third preliminary session. Once again, thank you very much. And dear ladies and gentlemen, the next schedule is break time for lunch and also Duhur prayer until 12:30 p.m. So we will meet again at 12:30 p.m.
Oh yeah, please allow me to share the
And
material.
also and the same link.
Please allow me to share the material from Prof. Ali Sauka. You can download it in the chat box, everyone. Thank you.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Malang, kampus multikultural dari NU untuk Indonesia dan peradaban dunia.
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan lembaga yang menjadi pusat keunggulan dan rujukan dalam penerapan pendidikan, penelitian, dan penerapan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari kita tingkatkan mutu pendidikan bangsa dan negara ini melalui Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Malang.
FKIP Universitas Islam Malang sebagai penyelenggara Tridharma perguruan tinggi juga menyelenggarakan berbagai program unggulan untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan mahasiswa.
FKIP Unisma memiliki 4 program studi yang dikembangkan dengan mempertimbangkan keseimbangan antara idealisme dan profesionalisme serta berkomitmen untuk menjadi lembaga pendidikan yang bermutu dan mencetak lulusan yang unggul, kreatif, inovatif, dan bermoral. Jejaring nasional dan internasional yang dibangun FKIP Unisma menghasilkan berbagai program unggulan, antara lain webinar internasional, PPL dan KSM International, dan Joint Research. FKIP Unisma memiliki sumber daya manusia yang profesional dan kompeten dalam memberikan pelayanan yang sistematis, ramah, cepat, dan berbasis hybrid offline dan online.
Selain program-program yang unggul, FKIP Unisma juga memiliki sarana dan prasarana yang sangat memadai dan sangat lengkap untuk menunjang proses pembelajaran.
Untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran, FKIP Unisma memiliki laboratorium yang lengkap di masing-masing program studi, perpustakaan yang bersih, indah, dan nyaman untuk belajar.
FKIP Unisma mewadahi berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa melalui Ormawa untuk mengasah kompetensi baik di bidang akademik maupun non-akademik.
Berbagai aktivitas kemahasiswaan selalu dikembangkan untuk menggali potensi, minat, bakat, dan ilmiah mahasiswa.
FKIP Universitas Islam Malang mencetak guru profesional dan berakhlakul karimah.
Mari bergabung dengan FKIP Unisma Malang.
FKIP Unisma Malang, jaya!
Welcome to Universitas Islam Malang, high-quality university with pleasant class atmosphere equipped with the internalized values of Ahlussunnah wal Jamaah. The development of more complete laboratory at Unisma provides service to help the students to achieve excellent and competitive skills. Unisma has 10 accredited faculties with international reputation. Has comfortable, beautiful, conducive, and clean facilities and good infrastructure to motivate and inspire students and the scholars to work and reach achievement. Universitas Islam Malang is a campus equipping students with character building based on the Islamic and Indonesian values. As one of the leading universities in Indonesia, Universitas Islam Malang has been working closely with national and international institutions to improve the quality of education that produce competitive graduates. The development of soft skills for various organizational activities is able to create national and international achievement. Unisma ranked 44 from all public and private universities in Indonesia, the Big Five private university in East Java Province, and ranked number 1 of Nahdlatul Ulama higher education institution in Indonesia. Unisma is the right university to produce graduates with excellent intellectual, spiritual, social, and emotional intelligence. Taqwa, independent, professional, and committed to provide services to the umat.
Unisma
dari NU untuk Indonesia dan peradaban dunia.
Halo semuanya, saya Anya dari Polandia. Hari ini saya di sini di kampus Unisma untuk pertama kalinya dan saya sangat gembira, senang karena apa? Saya suka kampus ini, ada banyak gedung yang bersih, kampus bersih dan ada seperti harum. Dan saya suka mahasiswa sangat gembira, pintar, dan saya berharap wow, kalian harus ke sini tidak hanya karena kampus yang indah, tapi juga pendidikan yang sangat wow, level tinggi. Jadi I want to invite you to join this program pendidikan bahasa Inggris di Unisma. Ayo dan sampai jumpa.
Welcome to the Library of University of Islam Malang. Unisma Library was established on March 27, 1981, in conjunction with the establishment of Unisma Malang. It has 4 floors with a total area of 3,414 square meters. Unisma Library has implemented strict health protocols to tackle the spread of the COVID-19 virus. It does not only provide interesting readings, but also has furnished by unique interior design in each floor. On the first floor, there are various kind of corners. They are literacy room, photocopy service, library cafe, study center for Nahdlatul Ulama, and the book collections are also available. Likewise, the literacy room is ready to accommodate various literacies of academic community at Unisma Malang. On the second floor, students can enjoy the reference collection and final assignment collection. The facilities make the Unisma students enjoy the book collections because they are also supported by a representative reading room, both a unique reading room and an outdoor reading room. On the third floor, there is a discussion room to sharpen library science in accordance with the discipline studies. It has also reading room which every student can sit on the floor while reading some books. The rooftop is on the fourth floor of Unisma Library. It is an outdoor discussion place which closes to Unisma Orchid Garden. It is a place of cultivation and a network culture laboratory. Unisma Library has achieved excellent accreditation from National Accreditational Board. Let's increase and create literacy together with Unisma Library. Selamat datang di Kota Malang, kota pendidikan yang sangat strategis, mudah dijangkau dengan transportasi udara, kereta api, dan juga dengan kendaraan darat lainnya. Unisma merupakan kampus unggul, berdaya saing menerapkan Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, dan menjamin lulusannya memiliki multi kompetensi dan berkarakter baik. Unisma memiliki 36 program studi, terdiri dari jenjang S1, profesi, S2, dan S3. Mahasiswanya berasal dari 34 provinsi dan 34 negara. Milestone pengembangan Unisma menuju World Class University didukung oleh capaian peringkat universitas yang membanggakan. Pengembangan model pembelajaran berbasis case study, project-based learning, research and development telah banyak dilakukan dengan kreativitas dan inovasi tinggi, serta lompatan-lompatan pengembangan lebih produktif guna memberikan pengalaman nyata kepada mahasiswa. Bahkan, outcome-based education menjadi target utama dalam pembelajaran. Berbagai penyelenggaraan international conference telah dilaksanakan baik secara daring atau luring oleh dosen maupun mahasiswa. Hilirisasi produk-produk riset dan pengabdian telah dimanfaatkan masyarakat, dunia usaha, dan dunia industri. Jejaring kerjasama dibangun baik dalam dan luar negeri. Tersedia fasilitas penunjang seperti gedung pertemuan, rusunawa, inkubator bisnis, masjid yang artistik, laboratorium terpadu, perpustakaan modern, taman anggrek, pesantren Ainul Yakin, rumah sakit Islam, artificial intelligence, dan pusat inovasi dan kreativitas. Didukung dengan fasilitas lengkap dan nyaman, serta berbasis digital. Unisma sedang mengembangkan kampus 2 seluas 80 hektar dengan fasilitas lengkap berupa sarana olahraga dan rekreasi. Pembangunan laboratorium peternakan dan pertanian yang lebih modern di daerah Jenglong dan Kebon Agung. Kawasan New City di timur kota Malang juga sedang dikembangkan. Unisma juga telah mengembangkan sistem informasi manajemen persuratan atau SIMPERA. Nilai-nilai Ahlu Sunnah wal Jamaah yang telah diimplementasikan menjadikan Unisma sebagai kampus NU dengan spiritualitas yang kokoh. Hadirnya Presiden, Wakil Presiden, dan tokoh-tokoh nasional memberikan spirit kemajuan bagi kampus Unisma.
Saya merasakan pendidikan tinggi Islam yang maju dan modern di sini.
Berbagai prestasi mahasiswa di tingkat nasional dan internasional telah banyak ditorehkan. Unisma berada pada peringkat papan atas PTN PTS terbaik se-Indonesia dan top 33 Islamic Universities in the world, sehingga memiliki daya saing global. Perolehan akreditasi BAN PT dengan predikat unggul, A, dan baik sekali. Full accreditation ASI Jerman telah didapatkan oleh 3 program studi, sedangkan 7 program studi akan segera masuk di asesmen FIBA A. Unisma memiliki layanan sistem informasi bidang akademik bagi dosen dan mahasiswa melalui daring unisma.ac.id yang terkoneksi pada Dikti, serta layanan sistem informasi terintegrasi Menara Unisma untuk memberikan layanan prima.
Universitas Islam Malang kampus kreatif, inovatif, unggul, berdaya saing, berjaring internasional menuju World Class University.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Malang, kampus multikultural dari NU untuk Indonesia dan peradaban dunia.
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan lembaga yang menjadi pusat keunggulan dan rujukan dalam penerapan pendidikan, penelitian, dan penerapan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari kita tingkatkan mutu pendidikan bangsa dan negara ini melalui Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Malang.
FKIP Universitas Islam Malang sebagai penyelenggara Tridharma perguruan tinggi juga menyelenggarakan berbagai program unggulan untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan mahasiswa.
FKIP Unisma memiliki 4 program studi yang dikembangkan dengan mempertimbangkan keseimbangan antara idealisme dan profesionalisme serta berkomitmen untuk menjadi lembaga pendidikan yang bermutu dan mencetak lulusan yang unggul, kreatif, inovatif, dan bermoral. Jejaring nasional dan internasional yang dibangun FKIP Unisma menghasilkan berbagai program unggulan, antara lain webinar internasional, PPL dan KSM International, dan Joint Research. FKIP Unisma memiliki sumber daya manusia yang profesional dan kompeten dalam memberikan pelayanan yang sistematis, ramah, cepat, dan berbasis hybrid offline dan online.
Selain program-program yang unggul, FKIP Unisma juga memiliki sarana dan prasarana yang sangat memadai dan sangat lengkap untuk menunjang proses pembelajaran.
Untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran, FKIP Unisma memiliki laboratorium yang lengkap di masing-masing program studi, perpustakaan yang bersih, indah, dan nyaman untuk belajar.
FKIP Unisma mewadahi berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa melalui Ormawa untuk mengasah kompetensi baik di bidang akademik maupun non-akademik.
Berbagai aktivitas kemahasiswaan selalu dikembangkan untuk menggali potensi, minat, bakat, dan ilmiah mahasiswa.
FKIP Universitas Islam Malang mencetak guru profesional dan berakhlakul karimah.
Mari bergabung dengan FKIP Unisma Malang.
FKIP Unisma Malang, jaya!
Welcome to Universitas Islam Malang. high-quality university with pleasant class atmosphere equipped with the internalized values of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah. The development of more complete laboratory at Unisma provides service to help the students to achieve excellent and competitive skills. Unisma has 10 accredited faculties with international reputation. Has comfortable, beautiful, conducive, and clean facilities and good infrastructure to motivate and inspire students and the scholars to work and reach achievement. Universitas Islam Malang is a campus equipping students with character building based on the Islamic and Indonesian values. As one of the leading universities in Indonesia, Universitas Islam Malang has been working closely with national and international institutions to improve the quality of education that produce competitive graduates. The development of soft skills for various organizational activities is able to create national and international achievement. Unisma ranked 44 from all public and private universities in Indonesia, the Big Five private university in East Java Province, and ranked number 1 of Nahdlatul Ulama higher education institution in Indonesia. Unisma is the right university to produce graduates with excellent intellectual, spiritual, social, and emotional intelligence. Taqwa, independent, professional, and committed to provide services to the umat.
Unisma
dari NU untuk Indonesia dan peradaban dunia.
Halo semuanya, saya Anya dari Polandia. Hari ini saya di sini di kampus Unisma untuk pertama kalinya dan saya sangat gembira, senang karena apa? Saya suka kampus ini, ada banyak gedung yang bersih, kampus bersih dan ada seperti harum. Dan saya suka mahasiswa sangat gembira, pintar, dan saya berharap wow, kalian harus ke sini tidak hanya karena kampus yang indah, tapi juga pendidikan yang sangat wow, level tinggi. Jadi I want to invite you to join this program pendidikan bahasa Inggris di Unisma. Ayo dan sampai jumpa.
Welcome to the Library of University of Islam Malang. Unisma Library was established on March 27, 1981, in conjunction with the establishment of Unisma Malang. It has 4 floors with a total area of 3,414 square meters. Unisma Library has implemented strict health protocols to tackle the spread of the COVID-19 virus. It does not only provide interesting readings, but also has furnished by unique interior design in each floor. On the first floor, there are various kinds of corners. They are literacy room, photocopy service, library cafe, study center for Nahdlatul Ulama, and the book collections are also available. Likewise, the literacy room is ready to accommodate various literacies of academic community at Unisma Malang. On the second floor, students can enjoy the reference collection and final assignment collection. The facilities make the Unisma students enjoy the book collections because they are also supported by a representative reading room, both a unique reading room and an outdoor reading room. On the third floor, there is a discussion room to sharpen library science in accordance with the discipline studies. It has also reading room which every student can sit on the floor while reading some books. The rooftop is on the fourth floor of Unisma Library. It is an outdoor discussion place which closes to Unisma Orchid Garden. It is a place of cultivation and a network culture laboratory. Unisma Library has achieved excellent accreditation from National Accreditational Board. Let's increase and create literacy together with Unisma Library. Selamat datang di Kota Malang, kota pendidikan yang sangat strategis, mudah dijangkau dengan transportasi udara, kereta api, dan juga dengan kendaraan darat lainnya. Unisma merupakan kampus unggul, berdaya saing menerapkan Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, dan menjamin lulusannya memiliki multi kompetensi dan berkarakter baik. Unisma memiliki 36 program studi, terdiri dari jenjang S1, profesi, S2, dan S3. Mahasiswanya berasal dari 34 provinsi dan 34 negara. Milestone pengembangan Unisma menuju World Class University didukung oleh capaian peringkat universitas yang membanggakan. Pengembangan model pembelajaran berbasis case study, project-based learning, research and development telah banyak dilakukan dengan kreativitas dan inovasi tinggi, serta lompatan-lompatan pengembangan lebih produktif guna memberikan pengalaman nyata kepada mahasiswa. Bahkan, outcome-based education menjadi target utama dalam pembelajaran. Berbagai penyelenggaraan international conference telah dilaksanakan baik secara daring atau luring oleh dosen maupun mahasiswa. Hilirisasi produk-produk riset dan pengabdian telah dimanfaatkan masyarakat, dunia usaha, dan dunia industri. Jejaring kerjasama dibangun baik dalam dan luar negeri. Tersedia fasilitas penunjang seperti gedung pertemuan, rusunawa, inkubator bisnis, masjid yang artistik, laboratorium terpadu, perpustakaan modern, taman anggrek, pesantren Ainul Yakin, rumah sakit Islam, artificial intelligence, dan pusat inovasi dan kreativitas. Didukung dengan fasilitas lengkap dan nyaman, serta berbasis digital. Unisma sedang mengembangkan kampus 2 seluas 80 hektar dengan fasilitas lengkap berupa sarana olahraga dan rekreasi. Pembangunan laboratorium peternakan dan pertanian yang lebih modern di daerah Jenglong dan Kebon Agung. Kawasan New City di timur kota Malang juga sedang dikembangkan. Unisma juga telah mengembangkan sistem informasi manajemen persuratan atau SIMPERA. Nilai-nilai Ahlu Sunnah wal Jamaah yang telah diimplementasikan menjadikan Unisma sebagai kampus NU dengan spiritualitas yang kokoh. Hadirnya Presiden, Wakil Presiden, dan tokoh-tokoh nasional memberikan spirit kemajuan bagi kampus Unisma.
Saya merasakan pendidikan tinggi Islam yang maju dan modern di sini.
Berbagai prestasi mahasiswa di tingkat nasional dan internasional telah banyak ditorehkan. Unisma berada pada peringkat papan atas PTN PTS terbaik se-Indonesia dan top 33 Islamic Universities in the world, sehingga memiliki daya saing global. Perolehan akreditasi BAN PT dengan predikat unggul, A, dan baik sekali. Full accreditation ASI Jerman telah didapatkan oleh 3 program studi, sedangkan 7 program studi akan segera masuk di asesmen FIBA A. Unisma memiliki layanan sistem informasi bidang akademik bagi dosen dan mahasiswa melalui daring unisma.ac.id yang terkoneksi pada Dikti, serta layanan sistem informasi terintegrasi Menara Unisma untuk memberikan layanan prima.
Universitas Islam Malang kampus kreatif, inovatif, unggul, berdaya saing, berjaring internasional menuju World Class University.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Malang, kampus multikultural dari NU untuk Indonesia dan peradaban dunia.
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan lembaga yang menjadi pusat keunggulan dan rujukan dalam penerapan pendidikan, penelitian, dan penerapan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari kita tingkatkan mutu pendidikan bangsa dan negara ini melalui Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Islam Malang.
FKIP Universitas Islam Malang sebagai penyelenggara Tridharma perguruan tinggi juga menyelenggarakan berbagai program unggulan untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan mahasiswa.
FKIP Unisma memiliki 4 program studi yang dikembangkan dengan mempertimbangkan keseimbangan antara idealisme dan profesionalisme serta berkomitmen untuk menjadi lembaga pendidikan yang bermutu dan mencetak lulusan yang unggul, kreatif, inovatif, dan bermoral. Jejaring nasional dan internasional yang dibangun FKIP Unisma menghasilkan berbagai program unggulan, antara lain webinar internasional, PPL dan KSM International, dan Joint Research. FKIP Unisma memiliki sumber daya manusia yang profesional dan kompeten dalam memberikan pelayanan yang sistematis, ramah, cepat, dan berbasis hybrid offline dan online.
Selain program-program yang unggul, FKIP Unisma juga memiliki sarana dan prasarana yang sangat memadai dan sangat lengkap untuk menunjang proses pembelajaran.
Untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran, FKIP Unisma memiliki laboratorium yang lengkap di masing-masing program studi, perpustakaan yang bersih, indah, dan nyaman untuk belajar.
FKIP Unisma mewadahi berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa melalui Ormawa untuk mengasah kompetensi baik di bidang akademik maupun non-akademik.
Berbagai aktivitas kemahasiswaan selalu dikembangkan untuk menggali potensi, minat, bakat, dan ilmiah mahasiswa.
FKIP Universitas Islam Malang mencetak guru profesional dan berakhlakul karimah.
Mari bergabung dengan FKIP Unisma Malang.
FKIP Unisma Malang, jaya!
Welcome to Universitas Islam Malang. high-quality university with pleasant class atmosphere equipped with the internalized values of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jamaah. The development of more complete laboratory at Unisma provides service to help the students to achieve excellent and competitive skills. Unisma has 10 accredited faculties with international reputation. Has comfortable, beautiful, conducive, and clean facilities and good infrastructure to motivate and inspire students and the scholars to work and reach achievement. Universitas Islam Malang is a campus equipping students with character building based on the Islamic and Indonesian values. As one of the leading universities in Indonesia, Universitas Islam Malang has been working closely with national and international institutions to improve the quality of education that produce competitive graduates. The development of soft skills for various organizational activities is able to create national and international achievement. Unisma ranked 44 from all public and private universities in Indonesia, the Big 5 private university in East Java Province, and ranked number 1 of Nahdlatul Ulama higher education institution in Indonesia. Unisma is the right university to produce graduates with excellent intellectual, spiritual, social, and emotional intelligence. Taqwa, independent, professional, and committed to provide services to the umat.
Unisma
Halo semuanya, saya Anya dari Polandia. Hari ini saya di sini di kampus Unisma untuk pertama kalinya dan saya sangat gembira, senang karena apa? Saya suka kampus ini, ada banyak gedung yang bersih, kampus bersih dan ada seperti harum. Dan saya suka mahasiswa sangat gembira, pintar, dan saya berharap wow, kalian harus ke sini tidak hanya karena kampus yang indah, tapi juga pendidikan yang sangat wow, level tinggi. Jadi I want to invite you to join this program pendidikan bahasa Inggris di Unisma. Ayo dan sampai jumpa.
Welcome to the Library of University of Islam Malang. Unisma Library was established on March 27, 1981, in conjunction with the establishment of Unisma Malang. It has 4 floors with a total area of 3,414 square meters. Unisma Library has implemented strict health protocols to tackle the spread of the COVID-19 virus. It does not only provide interesting readings, but also has furnished by unique interior design in each floor. On the first floor, there are various kind of corners. They are literacy room, photocopy service, library cafe, Study Center for
And you can do this now. Is your microphone can't work? Okay, but we'll wait for a minute. Pak Willy, you can check now the microphone.
Yes, working now. Yes, everything is working now. Let me check my screen. Let me see if you can see what is on. Yeah, I think it looks okay, yeah? Yeah, looking good. I think you can see what I have on the screen, right? Please say yes.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Later during the question and answer session, is it possible for you to unmute the participants so that they can ask questions directly?
Yes, Pak Willy.
Yes.
It's possible.
So, yeah. So later during the question and answer, so you can unmute all of them if you want to, so that I can address their questions directly. Thank you.
Yes, all right, Pak Willy.
Thank you. Are you going to be my moderator?
No, sir.
So
I
it's not
am a
you.
master ceremony.
Okay, you are the MC. Who is the moderator? You don't know yet.
Mr. Alvan Zuhairi. Wait for him.
Okay.
Mr. Alvan Zuhairi is the moderator in this session, and he is process with the Zoom meeting.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, before we are start to the plenary session, I'm going to inform to all of you that if you want to ask to the presenter, you can use the raise hand feature. Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fourth plenary session. So let's join me in welcoming our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Willy Ardian Renandia from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. He will present his paper entitled ELT Today, Paths to Second Language Competence. And I please to Dr. Alvan Zuhairi, MPD, to guide this session.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon, everybody, and especially Pak Willy dan Dia. You look so handsome and fresh today.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me open this session. It's very interesting topic and very useful for teachers and for Indonesian learners also, I think. Okay, Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ala amma ba'd. Respectable Pak Willy dan Dia, Dr. Willy dan Dia, a very famous scholar in Asia, also in the world, I think. We are happy to have a class with you, Pak Willy. And I noticed that you have presented many papers and for workshop and then seminar conference in Indonesia. Okay, we are very happy and grateful to have Pak Willy for enlighten us with new knowledge in ELT under the topic of ELT today, path to second language competence. I think it's a very important, interesting topic because competence have many meaning. And then competence in language teaching also very specific. So that's why by paper from Pak Willy will be make us clearer than how to formulate the competence, how to measure, and how to evaluate, and also how to have a class to get the student competent in English, I think. Let me introduce first to the audience here that Pak Willy, his name is Dr. Willy Randia, is a language teacher educator with extensive teaching experience in Asia, as I told you before then. And he currently teaches applied linguistic courses in Nanyang University in Singapore. And then he has given numerous plenary sessions, presentation, and regional and international conference, published many books and articles. And then here is the example here, latest publication includes simple, powerful studies for student-centered learning. This is very important for us, the new issue and appropriate with our topic here, how to create a student center at the center of teaching in the classroom and maybe outside the classroom. Okay, and then the second year student center, cooperative learning with Judge Jacob in 19 and published in Springer. And then if you want to access the biodata or curriculum fit, you can come to the Google Scholar. And if I notice here, there are 130 central publication in Google Scholar, and you can find many things. And also here's the the Facebook for joining to be the follower of Unit for Discussion as language teacher. Okay, to this topic here, and I noticed I read from Willy's abstract here with under title ELT Today, Path to Second Language Teaching. In surface that language teaching experts may appear to hold diverging views about the factor the compute most second language proficiency. But upon closer and their view about the nature of language learning, how best to acquire the second or foreign language learning context and to convert rather than to divert. So how can we combine aspect of language, aspect of personality, and then component of language and language skill become acronym, very interesting acronym here from Pak Willy, that is Flamingo. This is very well-known birds, and then including fluency, lexis. A is consists of amount of intensity of instruction, and then M is motivation, input, and G is grammar, and O is output, and S is set expression. This is very practical term, and we as a teacher then we face many times, but for today's will be very useful from Pak Willy. What does it mean by the Flamingo's acronym? And then actually the principle here discuss practical suggestion, the endeavor language teaching context offered by Pak Willy. Okay, without expanding my explanation, I think for Pak Willy presentation will be take about
45 minutes.
Hour, 60 minutes, and then will be a token given by the moderator by the committee. Okay, time is just Pak Willy for very inspiring and interesting topic. The time is yours.
Thank you so much, Pak. Oops, nice music. Thank you again for inviting me. I think this is the second time that I'm giving a presentation at Unisma Malang. The first one was way before the pandemic, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah. But it's always good to be back, to be with you. And hopefully next year I can come and visit Malang. It's been a while. I have a student actually waiting for you. Yes. Okay, just very briefly about my university again. I think this should be of interest to you. The name of the university is Nanyang Technological University. It's located in Singapore, very near, only 2 hours away from Surabaya. So if you are thinking of, doing your postgraduate studies, please consider my university. The university is one of the few LPDP approved universities. That means you just need to apply for a scholarship from the Indonesian government. And if you are successful, you may want to consider coming to my university, maybe next year or maybe the year after. I think at the moment there are 2 docents from Malang University, Universitas Negeri Malang, who are currently studying at the university in Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure today to share 1 or 2, maybe 3 ideas about the practice of English language teaching. The title is interesting. I think it should have come before Pak Ali's presentation. Pak Ali is doing the future, I'm doing today. So I should have presented first and then Pak Ali. But Pak Ali is a very good speaker. I think his presentation is always very meaty and insightful. What I want to share with you is this. In the past, a lot of scholars, a lot of researchers, a lot of teachers were engaged in a big debate about what worked and what did not work in English language education, whether at the school context or in the university context. They have different views, divergent views about what works and what doesn't work in the language classroom. Here are some examples of the kind of discussions, the kind of debates that we have seen in the professional literature. Even today, some are still discussing about whether we should be teaching language, we should be teaching English as knowledge or as ability. Yeah, I think the consensus today the consensus today is that we should be teaching a language as ability and not as knowledge. Knowledge, a little bit of knowledge is useful, but I think there's a tendency for teachers to be spending too much time teaching the knowledge about the grammar, for example, of the language. Yeah. So one important message that I want to get across today is for us, teachers, lecturers, to reduce the amount of teaching of the knowledge of the language. Syntactic analysis, for example, grammar teaching from day 1 to day 100. We continue to be teaching grammar systematically and explicitly into the classroom. But today, I think the thinking has changed a great deal. A lot of people now agree that teaching knowledge, focusing too much on knowledge may not be very useful. I think we should be focusing more on how students can learn the language as ability. Ability here refers to ability to speak, ability to write, ability to understand, and an ability to listen and to read in the language. I think that is much, much more important than teaching language as knowledge. Another important debate that has been happening for many, many years is the debate about whether accuracy is more important than fluency, whether fluency is less or more important than accuracy. I think we have now come to more or less an agreement, at least from my perspective. If you ask me, I would go for fluency first. Fluency, fluency, fluency. Once the students have reached a certain level of ability in using the language, speaking, listening, reading, and writing, then you can provide instruction, teaching that focuses on helping the students to become more accurate in terms of pronunciation, maybe in terms of grammar, in terms of word choice, and so on and so forth. So fluency first. Yeah. Another important debate that we have heard, that we have seen even now among teachers everywhere in Indonesia and also in other places is, which one is more important, input or output? Input means listening and reading, output means speaking and writing. A very simple answer is yes, all of them are important. Input is important, output is also very important. But where language learning, where the process of language learning is concerned, I think we know, we understand that input must come first. It's not just the kind of input that we provide in the classroom, the teacher providing input, but the kind of input where the students get to hear, get to read, get to see the language on a daily basis. That is the kind of input that is extremely useful for language learning. Yeah. Output comes a little bit later. Input must come in large quantity first. So the debate hopefully is coming to the end, hopefully, that today people should perhaps focus a bit more on providing students with a lot of meaningful, authentic language on a daily basis in the classroom and also hopefully outside the classroom as well. And then the last point is about native speakers and non-native speakers. Which one is better? Who should we listen to, native speakers or non-native speakers? Which one makes a better teacher, for example? I think the debate is over. Yeah, what is important is not whether your teacher is a native speaker or a non-native speaker, but more importantly is whether and to what extent your teacher is professionally competent. I think that should be the basis for determining whether you should be hiring a native speakers or a non-native speakers in the classroom. Both are equally important, but what is more important than that is, are they professional teachers? Yeah, the keyword is professionalism, not whether they are somebody from Australia, not because somebody from Singapore or from Malaysia or from Indonesia. It doesn't really matter that much. Yeah. So what I'm going to present to you is the convergent, not divergent, but convergent views. Ideas that a lot of people now are in agreement that these ideas can truly support the development of English language proficiency in the classroom in Indonesia and also in other places in the world. And I'm going to summarize my discussion. I'm going to use an acronym, and the acronym is Flamingos. There will be 8 ideas altogether, and the 8 ideas begin with F, which stands for fluency, L standing for lexis, vocabulary, A standing for amount and intensity of instruction, M for motivation, IN for input, G for grammar, O for output, and S for set expressions. So 8 ideas that I'm going to share with you this afternoon. At the end of my session today, I'm going to ask you if you remember what flamingos stand for. Please take notes, okay? Please pay attention, please take notes. If your answers are correct, then I will send my slides to you, delivered to your doorstep using Gojek. Okay, the first one is F, yeah? F. F is for fluency. Fluency. Let me define fluency for you. Fluency refers to one's ability to do things quickly and easily. And that is what fluency is all about, yeah? It's a very simple, non-technical definition of what fluency is. The ability to do things quickly and easily. That is fluency. Now we are talking about not only about fluency in speaking or fluency in writing, but we are also talking about fluency in listening and fluency in reading as well. If you are not fluent in listening, you will never be able to become a fluent speaker. The relationship has already been established. You need to become a fluent speaker, listener, in order for you to become fluent speaker. In the same way, you will have to be fluent in reading so that you can become fluent or good, competent writers. So fluency is important for all 4 language skills, not just speaking and writing, yeah, but also in terms of listening and also in terms of reading as well. Now, what have we learned from our own observation and also from our understanding of the professional literature about English language teaching? I would like to refer to a very well-known person. The name is Paul Nation. I think you have heard about him. He is one of the, if you ask me, he is one of the best ELT scholars in the world. Originally, he comes from New Zealand, but his career actually as a language teacher started in Yogyakarta. So many years ago, maybe about 40 years ago, he spent like 1 or 2 years teaching Bahasa Inggris in Yogyakarta. So he still has a very, soft spot when it comes to Indonesia. Invite him and he will come. It's a very, very good man. And this is something that he has been saying in many of his publications. Number 1, fluency has been neglected. Fluency has not been given enough attention in the classroom. In other words, we don't very often recycle. Recycle means, opportunities for the students to see, to hear the words, the sentences, the story again and again and again. Not often happening in the classroom. And fluency, we know that fluency happens when the students get to see the same things, when the students get to do the same thing again and again and again. And that is not happening in the classroom. What often happens is this: when you prepare a lesson, you always, or teachers always think about, okay, what is the new thing that I want to introduce to my students? So every day, new things, every week, new things. And the students do not get a lot of opportunities to rehearse, to review, to recycle what they have learned before. Yeah. And one important thing for us to remember is this: fluency. Ya, arti kata fluency dari sisi pemerolehan bahasa itu adalah practicing what you already know. If you practice what you know, then you will become better, faster, more efficient, and more smooth in the way you speak, in the way you write, in the way you listen and understand. Contohnya, here is a very simple example. I think you will agree with me. Yeah, this is what often happens when a sports person, a badminton player actually is doing a lot of practice. I think we can say that the guy on the left-hand side, the trainee, is doing a lot of fluency practice. He already knows how to hit the shuttlecock. Sudah bisa. Yeah. But then he is doing it again and again and again and again and again under the guidance of a trainer, so that eventually he becomes very good, he becomes very fast, and he becomes very accurate in hitting the shuttlecock. That is fluency. And again, it's not happening very often in the classroom. Saya ulang ya, it's not happening very often in the classroom. So one of the key messages that I want to get across to you today is we need to add this. We need to add fluency in our lesson design, in our lesson plan, in the lesson activities, and so on and so forth. So essentially, it is about giving students practice doing what they already know. Practice, practice, and practice. So I'm thinking about daily listening, daily reading, daily writing, daily speaking. There's no other way. This is the only way you can develop fluency. Yeah. And when that happens, students will get an opportunity to encounter, to see again, to meet again familiar language, familiar words, familiar phrases, familiar sentences, familiar text structure, and things like that. So fluency is the starting point. Fluency is number one in my session, in my presentation today. Yeah, so F is for fluency. I think we are ready to move on to the next one. The next one is L. L stands for Lexis. Lexis is just a fancy word, just a technical term for vocabulary, words. Let me share with you two very important quotes for us, for you to remember. Number one is a quote from many years ago by somebody by the name of Wilkins. He said back then that without grammar, very little can be conveyed. Without vocabulary, nothing can be conveyed. I think in that statement, he simply wants to say that vocabulary is super, super, super important. It's very important, probably more important than grammar. And I would agree with that. If you ask me which one is more important, grammar or vocabulary, I would say with a high degree of certainty, it's vocabulary that is more important. Interestingly, in many language classrooms, teachers do not actually spend a lot of time teaching vocabulary in the classroom. Instead, teachers are very fond. They're very fond. They like to teach grammar very, very much. Yeah, so this is something that we need to remember, that yes, grammar is important, but don't overdo it. Don't teach too much grammar. I think the students need to learn a lot of words, a lot of vocabulary. The second quote actually reminds us of this very important insight, that language ability, kemampuan kita memakai bahasa, language ability, our ability to speak, to communicate in a language, is to a large extent a function of vocabulary size. In other words, if you know more words, it becomes easier for you to speak. If you know more words, it becomes easier for you to understand what people are talking, what people are saying to you, the text that you are reading, and so on and so forth. Yeah. Now, here is a very important observation. The relationship between vocabulary and reading. The question often is this: how many words do you need to know in order for you to comprehend a piece of text? The quote here says that comprehension, understanding, depends heavily on detailed knowledge of most of the words in a text. Most of the words here means 95%, 98% of the words. If you don't know 95% of the words or more, you are in trouble, basically. If you know only 90% of the words, it becomes very difficult for you to read with understanding. If you know only 85% of the words, that's even more difficult for you to understand. Yeah. So how many words do you need? How many words, Pak Alvan? How many words do you need? Roughly, kira-kira, Pak. Ancer-ancer saja. How many words do you need to understand text? This is an important question for teachers, yeah?
4,000 words, maybe.
1,000 words? 4,000 words, yes. I think we are getting there. Yes, my guess is this. In terms of size, I think our students need to know about 3,000 to 5,000 words, around there. Yeah, 3,000 is probably okay, but I think if they know more than 3,000 words, that's even better. Yeah, if I were to guess Pak Alvan's vocabulary size, I would say about 8,000 words.
Wow.
Yeah. 8,000 is normal. 8,000 is quite normal for language teachers, for language teacher educators. It's quite normal. 8,000 is more than enough for you to understand almost any text in the English language. I said almost any text. Yeah. But more important, lebih penting dari size, more important than the number of words is the second one, depth. Depth here refers to how well you know the words, how well you know the first 1,000 words in the English language. I think that is very important because words very often have multiple meanings. Yeah, and you get to know the multiple meaning of the words if you have vocabulary depth. You also need to know the pragmatic meaning of the words, how different words are used in different contexts and the meaning change slightly as well. Yeah, if you know words very well, let me say this very carefully, if you know words very, very well, you can use it, you can use the words to express a variety of meanings in the English language. In fact, some people have suggested that for speaking, untuk berbicara, for speaking in bahasa Inggris misalnya, you just need about 1,000, 2,000 words. Yeah, and you can say almost anything using the first 1,000 or the first 2,000 words in the English language. Yeah, now here is an example of what I mean by multiple meanings. One word, a simple word like give. Yeah, Mbak Fitri, give artinya apa, Mbak Fitri? What does give mean? Very simple, right? Give mean I give something to you, you give something back to me. Memberi, begitu bahasa Indonesianya, ya. Next, I give you my word. Sama kok katanya, tapi artinya beda ya. I give you my word itu menjadi I promise. It's not that I give you my words to you, not like that, but it means I give you a promise. I give you my word. Yang ketiga, another example of the word give, sama katanya give, but the meaning again is different. She gave her all to save her child. Berupaya sekuat tenaga, gave her all. Next, he gave me the flu. Nularin gitu loh. You gave me the flu. Again, the word is the same, yeah? But the meaning is slightly different. Now, the point of my example here is that very often when we teach vocabulary, the focus is on the very first one. Give me something, I give you something back. Tapi yang lain-lainnya itu jarang sekali kita perhatikan. Gitu. Yeah. Now, what we have learned is that it's very important for us to provide students with information about how the word is used in collocation or together with other words. And that is how the word can, have a broader, wider, and more interesting meanings. I'll give it a shot. That means I'll try. And finally, frankly, dear, I don't give a You don't have to repeat. You don't have to finish the sentence. Yeah, I think you know what it is, what the word is, the missing word is. Now, here is another example of the importance of knowing words very well. The same word give is used here. I went to the doctor and he gave me 2 months to live. I think you know what it means, right? I think you are probably, this person is having a very serious illness and he's probably going to die in 2 months' time. Give you. So I shot him and the judge gave me 30 years. Give-nya dipakai lagi, tapi sekarang artinya berbeda ya. The judge gave me 30 years. Again, this is a very simple example of the power of simple words that students know very, very well. They can use the word playfully, they can use the word carefully and creatively as well. Okay, so the first one is F is for fluency and L is for Lexis. Yang ketiga, the third one is very easy to understand, but number 3, this one is beyond our control as a teacher. So I'm going to go over this very quickly. It's very important for us to understand that for any kind of language learning to be successful, 2 things are important: amount and intensity. 2 hal ya. Satu adalah amount. Amount here refers to the number of hours. Berapa jam pelajaran bahasa Inggris di sekolah. And the other one is intensity. Now, this is what often happens. Ya. Di hampir semua negara di Asia Tenggara itu kira-kira jumlah jam belajar bahasa Inggris itu kurang lebih 1.000. About 1,000 hours. Dari secondary school to high school. Kurang lebih 1,000 hours. Maybe slightly more or slightly less. Indonesia makin lama makin turun jumlahnya. I don't know why. But I'm happy to hear from Pak Ali earlier on that he would fight until the end. So that kurikulum mata pelajaran Pak Makul bahasa Inggris tetap ada di kurikulum nasional. Kalau bisa sih ditambah ya. If possible, I think we need to add so that the students get enough teaching hours. Yep. But what the other side of the picture is that the intensity, the duration in which the 1,000 hours of instruction is given is 6 tahun biasanya. SMP 3 tahun, SMA 3 tahun, 6 tahun. That is too long. And when that happens, the intensity of instruction is not there. So some experts have been suggesting that if we keep the number of hours the same, 1.000 jam lah kurang lebih begitu ya selama 6, but the duration of teaching is dipadatkan begitu, make it more intensive, mungkin 3 tahun, I think the impact of learning, the outcome of learning may be more optimal. If this is difficult to understand, just imagine how you learn how to drive a car. Learning how to drive a car, belajar nyupir, itu biasanya butuh waktu 3 bulan lah begitu ya. If you spend half an hour every day for 3 months, you'll be able to drive a car. No issue. Yeah. But if instead of 3 months, I give you 3 years, diberi waktu 3 tahun untuk belajar nyupir, pasti nggak bisa. It's too long. It's way too long. You will have forgotten. So every day you can only practice for maybe 2 minutes. 2 menit, besoknya 2 menit lagi, and all the way until 3 years. By the time you hit 3 years, I think you have forgotten how to drive a car. So again, in English language teaching, the amount, jumlah jam belajarnya harus cukup, but at the same time, the intensity, the duration will have to be shorter. As I said earlier on, this may be difficult to implement, but this is what the theory tells us about the nature of learning. The next one is more important. So again, F is for fluency, L is for Lexis, and then A is for amount and intensity of instruction. The next one, which to me is very important, is M. M is for motivations. Again, this is something that you will agree. Now, this comes from a very well-known, one of the top scholars in the area of motivation in ELT, in English language learning, in English language teaching. Now, the guy says, or he said, because he died earlier this year or last year, that learners with sufficient motivation can achieve a working knowledge of a second language. So the key word here is learners with sufficient motivation. Yeah, the reality is that many of our students are not motivated, right? And we all know that motivation is important. Please nod your head if you agree with me that motivation is important. Nod your head like this. Okay, very good. I can see you nodding your head. Let me continue with the next questions. Number 2 is, please nod or shake your head. I know how to motivate my students. Yes or no? Or maybe dua-duanya. No and yes. Next ones. My students are motivated. The answer is not everyone. Maybe the number, the percentage of students who are motivated is maybe, I'm guessing, about 20%. Yang 80% tidak. This is true in Indonesia and also in many other places that I've visited. Terus yang nomor terakhir ini. This is a very tricky question. Motivation is a student problem or a teacher problem? Or both? Paling aman mengatakan both, the student and teacher problem. So the thing is this, if you ask your students, they will tell you it's a teacher problem. They will tell you, I'm not motivated because my teachers are not motivating. Now, if you ask teachers, the teachers will tell you, my students are not motivated. Why? Because they are not motivated. So this is a very tricky question. If you ask me whose problem is motivation, I will say with a high degree of confidence and certainty that it is a teacher problem, not a student problem. It's a teacher problem. If your students are not motivated, then you have to work harder. You need to try different ways. You need to, introduce a lot of innovations in your teaching so that your students become more motivated in the classroom. It's not a student problem. Now, here is what happens. Yeah. Kalau boleh kita asumsikan bahwa ada 3 hal yang penting dalam proses belajar. Itu yang pertama adalah skill. Yeah, we want to teach some kind of knowledge and skill to our students, right? And number 2, we want our students to be motivated, the will, the desire, the interest to learn. And then number 3, the thrill. The thrill is the feeling of excitement. Jadi tidak hanya sekedar termotivasi, tapi juga sangat-sangat tertarik luar biasa, the thrill of learning. Now, what I often see happening is this: we spend too much time on the first one. We spend a lot of time teaching a piece of knowledge or teaching a skill to our students. And we don't spend too much time thinking about how we can motivate our students so that they have the will, the willpower, the interest, the determination, and more importantly, they feel very excited. The thrill of learning is not there. My message to you today is maybe we should pay more attention to the second one and the third one. One point that I learned from Pak Ali Sauka's presentation is that today we don't actually need to spend a lot of time teaching, because what we teach actually is something that the students can find on the internet. Google has all the information. Yeah. But you should not stop there. Yes, Google has a lot of information, but how do you get your students to want to search for information in Google? The answer to that is number 2 and number 3 there. It's your job to provide that interest, that motivation, and that excitement for the students to search for relevant information from the internet. They need guidance from you. They need guidance from you. I don't think they need a lot of teaching from you. Okay? Here's another quote for you to remember. If your students are not motivated, do not blame your students. You don't need to blame yourself as well. What you need to do is to look at yourself and think about how you can improve the quality of your teaching. Yeah. If you teach really, really well, if you teach in a way that is interesting, that is exciting, I think your students will become more motivated, more interested in learning. So the best motivational strategy is simply for you, the teachers, to improve the quality of your teaching. Whether you're teaching on site, in person, or whether you're teaching online, doesn't matter. Motivation continues to be important. If you want to know more about motivation, these 2 books are free for you to download. They're available in my website. I'll tell you the website address later on. Yeah, today I'm feeling very generous and I'm giving away a lot of things for you. Next one, please stay with me. We're not done yet, yeah? But before we continue, I think we need to try to remember the first 4 ideas that I've shared with you. F is for fluency, L is for lexis, and then A is for amount and intensity of instruction, and then M is for motivation. Very good. The next one is in. In is for input. Yeah, input adalah asupan. Children need a lot of asupan, a lot of nutrition, correct? If you want your kids to grow, if you want a baby to grow, they need a lot of good food, not junk food, but good food. So input in the context of language learning is food, nutrition for your students. And your students need a lot of input. You know, input, where does it come from? Input comes from here, listening. Input comes from reading and viewing. That is input. Yeah. There's something that we need to understand. Now, this is a very, very important insight from 40 or 50 years of research into the nature of language learning, the nature of language acquisition. Saya baca pelan-pelan ya. This complex and implicit system, namanya linguistic system that we have in our head, that allows us to use language to speak in bahasa Indonesia atau in bahasa Jawa atau in the context of learning English to speak bahasa Inggris, itu that system, that linguistic knowledge that we have in our head is not dependent on learner practice of the language, practice exercises that we usually provide in the classroom. No, not from that. But rather is dependent on exposure to what is called input, asupan. Asupan yang tersedia secara teratur setiap hari dalam jumlah yang banyak, yang besar, itu yang memungkinkan seseorang siswa itu to develop their linguistic system in their head. And that linguistic system is what enables the students to produce the language. Doesn't matter whether it's bahasa Jawa or bahasa Inggris, bahasa Korea, doesn't matter, it's all the same. Sumbernya adalah input, asupan, nutrisi. Nutrisi bahasa, linguistic input, yeah? Yeah. But we need to remember, input is necessary, but it's not sufficient condition for language acquisition. Input is important, but input is not the only one. Input is a prerequisite, if you like. It's a foundation without which language learning cannot proceed. Ini beberapa contoh, some examples of students and teachers from different parts of the world who become very, very successful users of the English language. The first one here is a teenager from Korea. Anak ini membaca lebih dari 1000 bahan bacaan, buku-buku dalam bahasa Inggris. 1,000, maybe more than 1,000 books. And she became very fluent, and she became very good, and she became very competent in using the language. She took part in a lot of competitions, English language competition, and she always won first prize. Now here is another one. Yang ini tidak suka baca buku, but she enjoys watching Disney cartoons. Disney cartoons are very, very useful kind of input, asupan nutrisi bahasa for our students. Her IELTS is about 7.5. Here is another one from Vietnam. The lady there on top there is from Thailand. So it's very surprising to me that somebody, learning English in EFL situations like Thailand and Vietnam are able to speak, to write the language so well. It's not because of the teachers. It's not because of the hours and hours of lessons, grammar lessons that they must have attended in the classroom, but it's from doing a lot of listening, from doing a lot of reading. If you are looking for a teacher, ini seorang guru dari Yogyakarta, dari Sanata Dharma. I know the girl very well, the teacher very well. I think she is a senior lecturer, and she speaks exceptionally well. Namanya Ibu Mita. And the last one here, you may have met her. She is from Malang, teaching at Universitas Negeri Malang. She enjoyed watching a lot of TV shows, TV series, and she speaks really, really very nice, language, English. Again, free gift for you if you are interested, and I hope you are interested. Now, these 2 books are free for you. There's going to be more, yeah, but please pay attention. If you don't pay attention, you'll be missing all the gifts that I'll be sharing with you. The first one is Primacy of Extensive Reading and Listening, and the second one is The Power of Series Books. All free for you to download later, yeah? Okay, next one, G. G is for grammar. Diulang lagi ya, sebelum lupa ya. F is for fluency, L is for lexis, and then A is for amount and intensity of instruction, M is for motivation, N is for input, 5. Masih 3 lagi ya. Please stay with me. 3 more to go. So the next one is grammar, tata bahasa. I think we need to understand what grammar means. If you don't understand what it means, then you will continue teaching grammar the way you do. And that is not going to be very useful. That is not going to be very helpful for your students. You may be teaching sentence grammar, tata bahasa, the level kalimat, subject, verb, noun phrases, and things like that, or text grammar. The genre-based language teaching itu text, ya. Ada orientation, ada complication, and things like that. So my advice to you, please remember this: do not overteach your students. Do not overteach your students. Teach them a little, but not too much. Reduce your teaching, reduce the amount of grammar teaching that you do by more than maybe about 50% or maybe less. Yeah. And then you will have a lot more time for your students to experience the language by receiving, by getting a lot more linguistic nutrition input in the language. Silakan dijawab ini, ada pertanyaan, to teach or not to teach grammar. That is or is not the question. Pilih yang mana, kiri atau kanan, left or right? To teach or not to teach grammar. That is or that is not the question. Kiri atau kanan? Diangkat tangannya, kiri atau kanan? Milih satu atau milih dua-duanya, kiri atau kanan? The answer is that is not the question. Not the question. Yeah. This is the question. This is something that we need to be aware of. Point number one is, should we be teaching grammar? The answer is yes, 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 10 times. Yes, you have to. Yang namanya guru bahasa itu harus mengajar grammar. But the next point is extremely important. Do you have to teach all the grammar rules in the English language? The answer is no, no, no. Please shake your head. No, no, no. Please don't. You have to teach, you need just to focus on the most useful grammar. The most useful grammar. The less useful grammar, you can leave them aside, taruh di samping, because I believe, a lot of people believe, that the students can learn the other types of grammar on their own. Mereka bisa kok belajar mandiri. If and only if they have reached a certain level of proficiency in the English language, and if they continue to extend their learning by reading and by listening, they will learn the other types of grammar that you have not taught. So the key thing here is we do not need to teach all the grammar rules in the English language. Now, here are some examples of grammatical features that we need to teach our students. There may be more, but these are some basic knowledge of the grammar. Simple sentences, compound sentences, how to use the verbs in the English language. I think that is very important. How to ask questions, how to say no, how to say different ways of saying no, how to say thank you in 5 different ways, for example. I think that is very, very important. And there may be some other examples. The key thing for you to remember is not, well, these grammatical structures are in the course books, in the curriculum, so I have to teach them. That should not be the basis for choosing what to teach and what not to teach. The basis should be you, your experience, whether or not a certain grammatical features are often used in speaking, in writing, in reading, in listening, and so on and so forth. I have some examples here. Not only, but also. Itu tata bahasa yang sering kali diajarkan berhari-hari di kelas dan siswanya tetap tidak bisa. My advice to you is don't bother. It's not that important. Alasannya, kira-kira sudah 3 tahun ini saya tidak pernah memakai itu tata bahasa seperti ini. That means this is not that useful. Yeah. Another example, had I met you earlier, I would. It's a beautiful grammatical structure. Is it the most useful in the English language? The answer is no, it's not. When was the last time I used this grammatical structure? Maybe 10 years ago, or maybe 40 years ago when I was in the classroom learning tata bahasa dari guru tata bahasa. So forget about this. Little did I know, forget about this. It is imperative that every teacher be, wow, this is a very, very difficult structure, actually. Very rarely used as well. Tidak usah diajarkan. Tidak usah, just leave it alone. The students will pick it up at some point in their life. Yeah, so diulang lagi, the most important thing for you to remember is to teach grammar, to teach the kind of grammar that is useful. What is useful grammar? Ask yourself. Ask yourself whether the specific grammar that you are teaching is useful or not useful. Grammar yang suka bikin bingung itu, just forget it, put it aside. It's not very useful. Okay? Good. That's grammar. Grammar is important. I think we should continue to teach grammar, but we need to be more selective, focusing on the kind of grammar, saya ulang ya, the kind of grammar that is useful. Useful for what? Berguna untuk apa? Terutama useful to help the students to be able to understand, to comprehend the language. If they are able to comprehend the language, and if they continue to read, to enjoy reading, to enjoy watching movies and things like that, they will, along the way, acquire a lot of language, a lot of grammatical features that is very common in the language. I'm often very surprised when teachers spend a lot of time
explaining the structure of an anecdote. Ya, anecdote itu bentuknya seperti ini, dimulai dengan kalimat ini. I don't think you need to teach that. That is not very useful. You are teaching knowledge. You are not teaching ability. I think you are wasting a lot of time teaching the generic structure of a story, for example, of an argument. Spend not more than 10 minutes. And then give students a lot of examples of stories, a lot of examples of anecdotes. I think that will be more useful for your students. Next one is output. Input, output. Input is listening and reading. Output is speaking and writing. Yeah. I think what is important for us is to appreciate that these two things are closely connected. They are related. Yes, output is important, but input is important too. For the students to be able to develop the ability to produce the language, to speak and to write, they need, as I mentioned earlier on, they need a lot of input. Listening, doing a lot of listening will help our students to speak. Reading and viewing will help our students to write. Yeah. So from a language acquisition perspective, producing the language allows the students to make use of their syntactic processing capacity to try out using the language in a meaningful context, for example. Yeah. Output also provides opportunities for the students to check, to receive feedback from the other people that they are speaking to, whether what they are saying is meaningful, is comprehensible, and things like that. Speaking is also very important because it gives students motivation to learn the language. Yeah. If it's just reading without speaking, students will feel tired and bored of the lesson as well. But on the other side of the coin, the input, the linguistic nutrition, continues to be important. Speaking only which is not going to be helpful for your students. In a speaking lesson, for example, you need to provide students with a lot of input materials, a lot of listening, a lot of model text for the students to read, comprehend, and also make use of when they try to produce the language. So what I'm saying here is this: I think we need to keep a good balance between input and output. Both are important, but if you ask me, in places like Indonesia, where the opportunity to speak is very minimal, I think we can spend a bit more time providing students with a lot more or richer language input environment. So that is output. Sorry, the last one, I hope you remember, flamingos. I've gone through 7 ideas together. The last one is related to what we saw earlier on. It's about vocabulary. It's known as set phrases. Set phrases. An example of a set phrase is once upon a time. Once upon a time itu udah menjadi satu begitu loh. Once upon a time, you just have to learn these words together. Once upon a time. Good morning, it comes together. Oh my God, it comes together. Kesatuan begitu. Namanya set phrases. And I'll share with you why set phrases are extremely important where language acquisition is concerned. Let me share with you the experience of a very successful speaker of English from China. Yeah, high school student. Now, these are really, really good users, successful learners of English. They are winners. They are winners of national English language competition. Di China itu jumlah siswanya itu ratusan juta. So if you won first prize at the national competition, then you must be very, 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 very good. This is what they say. They spend many hours doing a lot of practice.
And one of the things that they do is this: they listen again and again, every day, every single day. Let's see this. It's a very simple idea, but we have not been trying this in our teaching. Ini pengalaman dari seorang yang successful in learning English in a place like China. China is very much like Indonesia. Ya, bahasa Inggris tidak dipakai di luar kelas. This is what, she says, I was slow in the beginning and I had to listen to it many more times. And gradually, I developed some feel for the language. That is when language acquisition begins to develop. Yeah, after listening, after doing a lot of listening, and also after doing a lot of reading, then there comes a time when you have this feeling in your head, that feel, the language feeling that allows you to produce the language eventually. Here, I feel that I just have countless patterns sort of swimming around in my head. Patterns. Lines from movies often naturally pop out. Anak ini tidak mengatakan tata bahasa saya menjadi kuat. No. Anak ini tidak mengatakan my subject-verb agreement becomes very good. No. Anak ini tidak mengatakan, oh, now I know how to, to do an anecdote. No. But she is saying, hey, I have this feeling, I have this, the sense, the language sense, that now I know a lot more language and I can say this. I can produce the language easily now. The question for you is this. Apa yang dimaksud dengan patterns oleh anak itu? What does patterns mean? Apakah itu vocabulary? Apakah itu grammar? Atau dua-duanya, grammar and vocabulary together? Tolong dijawab ya, 1, 2, atau 3. ABC kan ya, multiple choice. 1, 2, or 3. Come on, your hands please. I want to see your fingers. Yes, it's 3. It's both vocabulary and grammar together. Maka namanya set phrases, fixed phrases. Okay? Bahasa kerennya adalah lexical chunks. Itu bahasa kerennya. If you want to learn, to use the technical terms, that's fine. Lexical chunks or lexical bundles, because they come together. Like this. Make do with it. Make do with itu jadi satu kok. And you have to learn this together. They are set phrases. Make do with it. Make it up to you. Make it up to you, make it up to her, make it up to them, make it up to my kids, and things like that. Next, make fun of. Selalu begitu tuh, make fun of. Please don't make fun of me. Next, made my day. Make up your mind. Set phrases like this. You need to have a lot of these set phrases in order for you to be able to speak fluently, in order for you to be able to write quickly and effortlessly as well. There's no other way. Here are more examples for you. This one is on me. Pak Alvan nanti kalau saya berkunjung ke Malang, diajak makan malam, terus Pak Alvan mengatakan, this one is on me, saya yang bayarin gitu loh. Itu namanya this one is on me. Ya, this one is on me itu menjadi set phrases gitu loh. Diungkapkan dengan cara lain, rasanya agak aneh begitu. You have to say, this one is on me. Ya, dinner is on me. Begitu. Terus saya jawab, really, thank you so much. Next time it's on me. Begitu jawabannya. Next time it's on me. Next time-nya itu bisa next time-nya bisa 10 years later. It's on me. It was lovely to see you. Itu juga dari satu kok. It was nice to see you. It was lovely to see you. Yeah, thanks for coming. I don't believe a word of it. I don't get the point. What do you mean? I don't get the point. Jadi satu itu. Tidak dipelajari satu persatu, satu kata. No, it doesn't look like that. It doesn't work like that. As I was saying, and so forth. Now, research tells us, and I think you can confirm this by your own observation when you use bahasa Indonesia atau bahasa Inggris atau bahasa apapun.
competent speakers, competent users of the language, itu di kepalanya itu ada ribuan, hundreds, if not thousands of these phrases. And these are phrases that you are able to use just like that. Just like that. You don't have to think about this. Yeah. If you have to think, then it's no fun anymore. Yeah. Somebody is talking to you and you say, please give me 5 minutes. Let me find the words in the dictionary. It doesn't work like that. You need to learn all these words, all these phrases. The question again is where? Where do you learn all these phrases? Di kelas nggak bisa kok. There's no way you can learn this in class. You have to do this. You have to learn this from books, from reading stories, from watching movies, from watching cartoons, and doing all sort of things known as language input. Bapak Ibu sekalian, my flamingos. And we are going to do this together. I know I can't hear you, but please say the flamingos together. F is for? Fluency. Yeah, you are very good. F is for fluency. L?
Fluency.
L is for Lexis. Yes. And then A is for?
Motivation.
Amount and intensity of instruction. Next one is M. M is for?
Motivation.
Very good, motivation. And then in is for input.
Input.
And G is for? Grammar. O is for output. And S is for? Set phrases or set expression. Thank you very much. All these books and the other books that I've shown you, they're all available in my website. It's willyrenandia.com. Everything is free there if you visit the website today, not tomorrow. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very
from
much. Pak Willy, it's very interesting and insightful for ELT. And I think it's very practical and then not theory, but very interesting. Okay. Okay. I believe that there are many questions. For the first one, you can raise your hand.
Direct question is good. Direct question.
Direct question. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Turn on your microphone.
Questioner?
Yes.
Yeah. The questioner. Okay. Would you please to set up the?
Yes. Please just turn on the microphone and then ask the questions directly.
Okay. Wait a minute. The committee will set this. Okay.
Yeah, the host can unmute.
Yeah. Okay, please raise your hand for this the first session. Three questioners, 3 persons.
Yes. I think Ibu Fitri raised her hand now.
Oh yeah, Ibu Fitri.
No, I thought I saw your hand just now.
Okay, please, audience, please welcome to ask question. Very interesting and very practical question and probably idea flamingos, Pak Willy. Okay, please raise your hand.
Oh, good. Everything is very clear then.
No, I think okay, audience. I think it happened in Indonesia. I think no, we are holding having a student from Indonesia in PPG, Pak Willy, and there are lots of problems. Then the problem is on the first one is motivation, and the second one is vocabulary. They lack of vocabulary. And then they blame to the student low motivation and lack of vocabulary. What do you think? How to make it motivate the student and with lots of vocabulary, but maybe in for assembly student, junior high and senior high school.
Yes, motivation is a problem, as I mentioned earlier on, everywhere in the world, not just in Indonesia, in many places that I've seen. But the key thing for us to remember is this.
Ask yourself a question. Am I a motivating language teacher? If you don't know the answer to that questions, invite somebody to come and observe you. And that somebody should be a teacher who you think is an excellent teacher, a motivating teacher. Invite that person to come and sit in your class, and afterwards ask her or ask him to give you an honest feedback. And that is how you can change. That is how you can make, a difference later on in your teaching. So that will be step number one. Step number two is observe a classroom of an excellent teacher. If you can't find an excellent teacher in your school, please fly to Singapore and you can observe me.
Yeah.
I've been teaching for many years. I've heard, good comments from people, from students about my teaching. I've heard also not so good comments about my teaching, but that is not important. What is important is we have to take comments and feedback seriously, and then we make changes. My belief is that every single one of you can learn to become more inspiring, more motivating, and more interesting as well. Or maybe the first thing for you will be to ask your spouses, ask your husbands, or ask your kids whether you are an interesting person. I think that is very important. Yeah. If your husbands and children do not find you very interesting, then that's a good start. You have to learn how to become more interesting or more motivating. A few years ago, I came across a book. It's a very interesting book. The book has nothing to do with education, actually. The book is related to some kind of business. But the title of the book caught my attention. The title of the book is 11 Laws of Likability. 11 laws, kenapa 11? I don't know. But the author put together 11 ideas about how you can become more likable. I thought that was interesting. It turns out that likability is one of the most important assets, if you like, that a teacher must have. Are you a likable teacher? If you are a likable teacher, motivating your students become much, much easier. You don't even have to work very hard because the students already like you. And students like learning from teachers that they like. Common sense, right? Have you thought about this? You married your husband or your wife because you like them. So that would be the starting point. Likability. Is it easy to become likable? I don't think it's easy, but you can learn how to become more likable. But the very first thing, one big principle that is important for us to remember is this. If you want to be likable, if you want your students to like you, then the first thing for you to do is you have to like your students in the first place and demonstrate to your students that you like them, that you enjoy being with them in the classroom, that you enjoy listening to them for suggestions, for ideas about how you can improve on your teaching. Remember the quote from Zoltan Donye that I shared with you earlier on. Zoltan Donye was one of the best motivation scholars in the field of English language teaching. And he said, the best way for you to motivate your students is, what is it? To improve the quality of your teaching. Yeah. When it comes to improving the quality of your teaching, ada beberapa hal yang perlu kita perhatikan. Number one, your teaching materials. Bahan ajar kita. Is our bahan ajar interesting, motivating, or not? Now, this is very important. What you think is interesting, motivating, you, the teacher, the students may not find interesting. So you need to know your students very well. You need to find out from your students whether the materials that you've been using are interesting, motivating, or not motivating or interesting. Number one is the bahan ajar. The second one is, I think you know this, after bahan ajar, the next thing is the activities, the tasks that you give your students. Are they interesting? Are they motivating or not? The usual activity itu ya, misalnya tata bahasa ini. Please turn the following positive sentences into passive sentences. That is the most boring, the most uninteresting activity that you can think about in a classroom. Analyzing a text, for example, is probably the most boring, the most uninteresting activity in the classroom. So look at your teaching materials, look at the tasks and activities that go with the teaching materials. So try out the task and the text with your students and find out if they're interesting or not interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
So the text.
Thank you.
The task.
Task.
Yes. And the test as well. The other one is the tests.
Test.
Yes. Students do not like tests. So I think you should stay away from summative test as much as possible, but instead focus on formative test. Formative tests are the kind of tests that support students' learning. Small tests, interesting, exciting kind of tests that you can ask your students to do, but do not rely solely, tidak hanya dengan cara multiple choice test misalnya, atau asking students to write their answers. Boring, boring, boring. I think nowadays you can find almost anything on the internet, and there are 100 different ways of assessing your students. Yeah, sometimes kinesthetically, ask your students to perform something. Sometimes ask your students to draw. Yeah, sometimes ask your students to create an infographic using some, educational technological application, and sometimes asking students to do things orally, maybe in Bahasa Indonesia or maybe in English. There are many different ways. I think we need to make use of what is available on the internet. You'll be surprised at how many different ways we can teach our students and we can assess our students as well.
Okay, but really, it's very interesting question. Answer and clear, I think. Okay, there are two participants who are raised hand.
Yes.
The first one is Nusa Alia, and the second one is Pu Mursida Hadrawi.
Yes.
Okay, a very short question and clear, yeah? And then because we have only 10 minutes more.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Pak Willy. How are you?
Hello, Ibu. Good
Okay,
to see
this
you.
is my questions is I have children in elementary schools, and this semesters there's English lesson in their schools, and the teacher teach how to make a sentence by introducing the formula. So because I disagree about that, as
You
you say
should.
that.
You should disagree with that, yeah.
And when I try to explain to my children about that patterns things, but they disagree with me. They prefer with the students with the teachers way. And
Yes.
how can I make them,
Yes.
or how what should I
Yes.
do with that situation?
Yes, I think you need to educate the teacher, and you also need to educate the students as well. Yes. Children do not learn from grammatical explanations. They don't.
For sure, yes.
Yeah. But of course, if your focus is on teaching knowledge of the language, then yes, go ahead. But if you are not interested in teaching knowledge, grammar knowledge or language knowledge to your students, then don't do it, because that's not the best way to help the students to understand stories, for example, or being able to speak the language. Let me share with you what is happening in Singapore schools.
dari kelas 1 SD sampai kelas 4. Dan ini berlanjut terus, bentuknya berbeda, but from the first 4 years in school in Singapore, anak-anak itu belajar bahasa lewat cerita, stories. Yeah. So the teachers will read together with the students using very, very interesting stories. Now, the key thing again is very, very, very interesting stories. So the teachers serve as a model. The teachers do not explain the grammatical structure. The teachers try to help the students to understand what is going on in the story. And the stories are usually very simple. And the words, the language also is very simple. And the story has a lot of pictures. So in Singapore, primary school teachers teaching young children usually use a big book. A big book is a storybook that the students can see from a distance, from 5 meters away. They can see the pictures. They can see the words on the book as well. Yeah, so this is known as the big book approach to teaching language. This is also known as the interactive reading approach, also known as dialogic reading approach to language learning. Bapak Ibu, kalau punya anak kecil di rumah, itu setiap hari harus dibacain. Itu salah satu cara yang paling hebat untuk belajar bahasa. Tentunya di konteks kita, itu membaca cerita-cerita dalam bahasa Indonesia, ya. Bahasa Inggris juga boleh sih kadang-kadang. But membaca bedtime reading itu sudah terbukti sangat-sangat bermanfaat untuk mempersiapkan anak-anak untuk memasuki sekolah. You are preparing your students for the kind of literacy experience in school. Anak-anak yang dibacain setiap hari selama 5 tahun sebelum masuk TK atau SD, itu adalah anak-anak yang lebih siap untuk belajar di sekolah. And that early advantage, the early advantage carries over until, secondary school, until high school, and so on and so forth. So Bapak Ibu sekalian, terutama ibu-ibu ya, bapak-bapak sih nggak suka bacain pada anak-anak. I think that is the best gift. The best gift that you can give to your children at home. Di samping kemampuan berbahasanya meningkat, kemampuannya berpikir juga meningkat. Membaca itu harus berpikir ya. Dibacain pun, mendengarkan itu juga harus berpikir. Di samping itu juga, you are teaching them how to be, empathetic. You can teach them a lot of values. Nilai-nilai budaya itu bisa diajarkan lewat cerita. Anak-anak itu kalau dikuliahin nggak akan masuk. No, they won't understand your lecture, but they will understand if you tell them, hey, itu si siapa namanya maling apa itu maling kundan atau apa itu ya. I think they will understand because they can relate to it. Itu si timun emas atau timun apa itu namanya ya, timun-timun itu loh, si anak yatim dan anak. They understand that, and that is how you teach language, and at the same time you are teaching values, how to be a good person, how to have friends, how to stay faithful to your friends, and so on and so forth. Membaca. Salah satu sebab Indonesia itu sangat tertinggal di bidang literasi, ini sudah terbukti selama hampir setiap tahun itu hasil literasi tingkat internasional, Indonesia selalu di bawah. I think it's very, very important that we start early when the students are still at home with you. That's the best way. That's the only way. Ibu Mursida, I think she has been raising her hand since yesterday.
Yeah.
Mursida, very simple question. I mean, short question, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Pak Willy.
Yes.
Well, thank you for the chance. I just want to ask about how to teach grammar without explain. Yes. So Actually, I know that we don't need to explain grammar, some rule of the language, but somehow I get confused how to do that actually in the classroom. Okay. Yes.
Bapak
Maybe you
Ibu,
can
yes,
give
I can.
some practical example, please.
Yes,
Thank
I can
you.
explain that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Bapak Ibu, ada dua cara belajar tata bahasa. Yang pertama adalah dengan penjelasan yang sejelas-jelasnya pada siswa. Ini loh, kata ini itu adalah kata benda. Diikuti dengan kata kerja. Terus ada tense-nya dan sebagainya. You explain everything. It's known as explicit teaching of grammar. If you do that, anak-anak juga tahu gitu loh. They know that, oh, that's a noun. Oh, that's a, adverbial phrase and so on and so forth. They have the knowledge, but they don't learn from you how to use the language for speaking, for communication. In other words, we are looking at the difference between teaching language as knowledge and teaching language as ability. Teaching language as ability itu primarily depends on implicit learning. Implicit learning itu seperti kita belajar bahasa Indonesia di rumah. Ada yang ngajarin? Nggak ada kan? Coba kalau orang tuanya mengajar setiap hari, hey, kamu harus perhatikan ya kata bedanya harus seperti ini. Pasti anak itu nggak bisa deh belajar berbicara bahasa Indonesia. So a lot of the grammar rules for speaking purposes will have to be learned, will have to be acquired implicitly. Seperti anak dari China tadi itu yang mengatakan, feel, I can feel, I know how to say the words, I know how to produce the words. I don't know why. I can't explain to you why, but I know. Itu namanya belajar memakai. Learning language as ability, not as knowledge. It doesn't mean that you cannot teach the grammar rules. You can, but do it very briefly, very, short explanation. Yeah, short explanation, not more than 5 minutes. If you spend half an hour explaining the present tense, what happens is the students remember the rules. They know the rules. They can tell you the rules. If you test them, they can answer all the questions. But can they use these rules for talking? The answer is no, tidak bisa. You can't. If you try to use it, yes, you produce something, but what you say is very funny, very strange, unidiomatic. Jadi Ibu Mursida teach less. Teach less. Yeah, if you teach less, and if you provide students with a lot more opportunities to listen, to understand, and to absorb the language, dari istilahnya itu bukan belajar secara sengaja begitu. Incidental. If you get the students to learn the language incidentally, I think they will be able to learn a lot more. Begitu. Ibu Mursida pasti mikirnya, lah nanti kalau ujian nggak bisa, karena ujiannya kan seperti itu, gitu kan? I've never seen students who are disadvantaged because they learn the language in that way. Never. Gitu.
Okay, I think thank you very much. It's very clear and explicit explanation from Pak Willy. Sorry for the participant. I see some of you have raised hand, but because of we run out of times, and then here Pak Junaidi, Prophet Junaidi, as the first lecturer, has come here to join this class and to join this room, and then we have to stop, right? Thank you very much for Pak Billy. We still remember the easiest acronym, flamingos. Yeah, it's very easy and
very
practical.
easy to remember.
Thank you, Pak Billy, again for the appreciation. The committee will give you some certificates. Okay, again, thank you very much for your audience participants for your question, and then give applause to Pak Billy. with the hope that Pak Willy will get healthy, stay healthy for all the time, because we need you for the English and ELT, I think. Again, for the committee, thank you very much, and we are sorry for your if we have made many mistakes then. Thank you again. We close.
Thank you, Pak.
Thank you again, Pak Willy. I keep to the committee. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Goodbye, Pak Willy.
Bye, Pak. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for Dr. Willy Renandia for presenting such insightful topics. Please give a big applause for him. Okay, everyone, this is the end of the plenary session. And finally, we come to the closing ceremony. But before I start the closing ceremony session, I would like to inform to the all participants here that the list of attendance will be given in the chat box after this closing ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in wa ala umurid dunya waddin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. His Excellency Rector of University of Islam Malang, Professor Dr. Haji Maskuri MSI, Excellency, the Vice Rector of Academic and Cooperation Affairs and the Vice Rector of Institutional, Publication, and Information Technology Affairs. Respectable, our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Willy Ardian Renandia from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Respectable all the invited speakers from the Philippines, California, Australia, and also United Kingdom. Respectable the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the Associate Professor Hasan Busri, and the Vice Deans. Respectable the Head of English Education Department, the Doctor Candidate Mr. Eko Suhartoyo. Respectable the Chairman of the third ICON-ELT, the Associate Professor Muhammad Yunus. Respectable our co-host partner, Universitas Islam Jember, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo, Universitas Islam Madura, and Universitas Geraha Nusantara, Padang. Simbuan Medan, the journal partners, the sponsorship, and the all conferences committee. Respectable all the presenters, participants, and the distinguished guests. First of all, let's thanks to Allah who has been giving us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in the closing ceremony of the third ICON-ELT 2022 of Hybrid International Conference 2022 in a full of blessings place without any obstacles. Secondly, my praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the last messenger, the best figure of this universe, the person who was able to save us from Jahiliyyah era, namely Ad-Dinul Islam. Ladies and gentlemen, Thank you very much for gathering here from the grand opening until closing ceremony of the Hybrid International Conference on the English Language Teaching 2022 under the theme, The Future of ELT, Issues and also Innovation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our closing ceremony today with prayer. Ila hadinia wa ala kulli niyatin sholihah. Al-Fatihah. Thank you very much. Now we move to the second agenda, the testimonial remark from one of the keynote speakers, Professor Willy Renandia. Testimonial remark about the third International Conference on English Language Teaching, ICON-ELT 2022, conducted by English Language Education Department of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of Universitas Islam Malang. For Professor Willy Renandia, time is given.
Thank you. Thank you very much for asking me to say a few words about the conference that has just ended. I am indeed privileged to be speaking again this year. If I remember correctly, I gave a plenary session at the first ICON-ELT conference some years back. That was before the pandemic. And I still have a very fond memories of my experience at the conference back then. The theme this year is timely and also very relevant. That is the future of ELT, issues and innovations. The invited speakers are well-known scholars in the area of English language teaching. We've got Professor Effendi Kadarisman. I know him very well. Professor Ali Sauka, another dear friend of mine, and also Paul K. Matsuda from Arizona State University. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, that their presentations have provided you with lots of new insights about how we can all work together to improve the quality of second language teaching and learning in Indonesia. One thing that I learned from some of the presentations that I attended is that if we all want to see significant improvement in our students' English language proficiency, I think we will need to invest more heavily in our teachers. Research shows clearly that countries in the world that invest heavily in their teachers perform really, really well at international assessment ranking every year. Singapore is a case in point, where all teachers in Singapore here, they get to attend about 100 hours of professional development courses every year, 100 jam, 100 hours of professional development courses every year, free of charge, all paid for by the Ministry of Education in Singapore. It's a very expensive program, but that is what the country has been doing for many, many years in order to, to prepare the teachers to extend the knowledge and skills of the teachers. Again, this is because Singapore believes in the concept of lifelong learning. Learning continues after the initial pre-service training, where the teachers can continue to extend and deepen their content and pedagogical knowledge until they retire. I'm confident that the university, UNISMA, will take the lead in preparing future English language teacher educators, future English language teachers, and in providing avenues for their continued professional development. And lastly, I'm hoping that I'll be able to visit you again, maybe next year. And Pa Alfan has promised to buy me a very nice dinner. And dinner will be on him. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a privilege for me to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for Professor Willy Renandia. Now we next to the next closing remarks by the head of English department, Mr. Eko Suhartoyo, SPD, MPD. For Mr. Eko Suhartoyo, SPD, MPD, the time is given.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain, amma ba'du. The Excellency Rector Universitas Islam Malang and all the Vice Rectors, respectable keynote speakers of the Third International Conference on English Language Teaching, Professor Paul K. Matsuda, Associate Professor Willy Ardian Renandia, Professor Ali Sauka, and Professor Effendi Kadarisman, and all of our invited speakers. Respectable, the Dean, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, and all the Vice Deans, the Chairman of this conference, the Associate Professor Muhammad Yunus, and all the committee, respectable presenters and participants in this conference, and all the co-host partners, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo, Universitas Islam Madura, Universitas Islam Jember, and Universitas Geraha Nusantara Padang Sidimpuan. A hybrid international conference of English language teaching is one of the greatest international conference in Universitas Islam Malang. And it has been the third conference that has discussed and the interesting presentation under the theme, The Future of ELT Issues and Innovations. This conference is expected to be a forum to address some issues of ELT and aims at bringing together academics, teachers, researchers, and students to exchange ideas and research findings. And also, it provided forum for those who involved to the present and discuss the most recent innovations, trends, concerns, practical challenges encountered, and the solutions adopted for the better future of ELT. As the head of English Education Department, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the participations of all keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, and participants who have participated online and offline. All co-host partners and the sponsors such as Kandedes, Kembang Joyo, and Royal English. And I also profoundly send my appreciation to all committee of the third ICON-ELT 2022 who have worked and conducted this year's agenda very successfully. Again, thank you very much. On behalf of the head of English Education Department, FKIP Universitas Islam Malang, we also express our gratitude to Professor Junaidi Mistar, Associate Professor Mutmainah Mustafa, Associate Professor Alvan Zuhairi, and Bapak Ali Asari MPD, Bapak Yahya Alaidrus MPD for their guidance to make this conference run smoothly and wonderfully. Before I announce the best authors, let me share the selected papers that will be published in several prominent journals. Please let me share my... So here are the selected paper to journals, Ibu Bapak. And now it is time for me to announce the best articles. best article is entitled "The Combination of Photos, Definitions, and Fill-in-the-Blank Tags in Quizlet, a concern about learning academic vocabulary in online listening classes." Dear participants, please kindly see the recap video.
And this is how it is now. You better dance on the dance floor now. Get on that rhythm now. I'ma say,
Last but not least, I hope we can meet again at the same forum in the 4th International Conference on English Language Teaching 2023. Again, thank you very much. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Mr. Eko Suhartoyo. Next, we are going to move to the closing remarks from the Vice Rector for Academic and Collaboration Affairs of Universitas Islam Malang, Professor Junaidi Mistar, PhD. Please join me in welcoming Professor Junaidi Mistar, PhD.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. The Honorable Bapak Willy Renandia from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and also other keynote speakers. We have Paul K. Matsuda from Arizona State University, USA. And then we also have Professor Effendi Kadarisman, PhD, from Universitas Islam Malang. And also Professor Ali Saukah, MA, PhD, from Universitas Muhammadiyah Kalimantan Timur, Indonesia. The Honorable, the invited speakers of this conference, we have Dr. Kara McDonald from Defense Language Institute, California, USA. He's also the editor-in-chief for Korea Tisol Journal. We also have the invited speaker, Lee Huan Yi, PhD student from University of Queensland, Australia. Dr. Veronico Entarayo from University of Santo Tomas, the Philippines. And also Mbak Emmy Naja, a PhD student from University of Aberdeen, United Kingdom. The workshop speaker, Professor Kazunori from Ritsumeikan University, Japan. On behalf of the university management, Bapak Rektor, I would like to thank all of those people who are already contributing to this very important international conference on English language teaching, or ICON-ELT. And I think this is already the 3rd time under the theme, The Future of ELT Issues and Innovations. Our thanks also go to the deans and vice deans, head of the English department, and then head of the committee and all of the members of the committee, head of English department of co-host institutions, and also all of the presenters in the parallel sessions. Once again, thank you very much for contributing to the seminar, to the conference. We hope that this conference will give us new insight of what should ELT be in the future. We have discussed so much in terms of the perspective of teachers, lecturers, and also researchers. And I think all of them are very important to us, and they already gave us more insight, more understanding of the nature of the ELT. I just quote a few things from the presentations from Pa Willy. In the last presentation, he says that in our case, we have to teach the language in terms of the competence, not teaching about the language. Because when we are teaching about the language, we will spend much energy, but the students will not understand, will not acquire anything. That's why he also uses another term, teach less, because when we teach less, the students will learn more. Teach less, the students will learn more. Why? Because when we are teaching less, the students will learn implicitly. So they are not aware of the understanding of the language. Just like in the case of our learning of Bahasa Indonesia. When we are talking in Bahasa Indonesia, we are not aware of the grammar that we are using. So we are just automatically speak the language. That should be also the case for English in Indonesia, even though the status of English is a foreign language. And I think we already discussed so much about the issues and innovations for our understanding of the future of English language teaching, particularly in the Indonesian context. Once again, we would like to thank the keynote speakers, the invited speakers, the speaker of the workshop sessions, and also all of the presenters in the parallel sessions. We also congratulate to the authors who are already selected to have their papers to be published in the selected journals, and also the authors of the papers who are nominated to be the best papers. Congratulations for all of you. And I think that's already a good chance that we have carried out from yesterday. And hopefully we can have this kind of conference as an annual activity. This is already the third, and hopefully next year it will be the fourth ELT conference, ICON-ELT conference. Once again, thank you very much for all of the committee, and hopefully we will be able to carry out this kind of activity annually. Thank you. I think that's all from me. That's why then by reciting Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, then we officially close this conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Junaidi Mistar, PhD. Now we are moving to the last agenda, which is prayer. Will be led by Dr. Zulfikri. For Dr. Zulfikri, the time is given.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To close this agenda, Let's pray to Allah, and before praying to Allah, let's recite Surah Al-Fatihah. Ala hadiniyah wa ala kulli niyatin sholihah wa bi syafaati Rasulillah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Al-Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalalika wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma nas'aluka ridhaka ala hadhil majlis ICON-ELT Unisma. Allahumma nas'aluka ridhaka ala hadhil majlis ICON-ELT Unisma. Allahumma barik lana fi kulli umurina wa nahusu khususon fi hadhil majlis ICON-ELT Unisma. Allahumma barik lana fi kulli umurina wa nahusu khususon fi hadhil majlis ICON-ELT Unisma. Rabbana zidna ilman nafi'ah fi hadhil majlis ICON-ELT Unisma. Rabbana zidna ilman nafi'ah fi hadhil majlis ICON-ELT Unisma. Qul innal fadla biyadillahi yu'tihi man yasha wallahu wasi'un alim. Qul innal fadla biyadillahi yu'tihi man yasha wallahu wasi'un alim. Qul inna tashabaha alaina wa inna insyaallahu lamuhtadun. Qul inna tashabaha alaina wa inna insyaallahu lamuhtadun. Qul inna tashabaha alaina wa inna insyaallahu lamuhtadun. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Rabbana dhalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhanaka rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Bisiril al-Fatihah.
Thank you very much. Finally, this is the end of closing ceremony. Hereby, I am Mahabatul Afiko as the master of ceremony would like to say thank you very much for the all contribution given by the committee, distinguished keynote speaker, distinguished guests, presenters, partners, sponsorship, and also participants of the third ICON-ELT 2022, and hope that the participants can get knowledge and advantages from this event. And I deeply do apologize for any shortcomings. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the last I say, billahi taufiq wal hidayah, wa ridha wal inayah, thumma assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We look forward to see you at the all next event of ICON-ELT 2023.
Thank you Pak Willy, terima kasih banyak. Ketemu lagi tahun depan, insyaallah.
Thank you Pak. See you
Sehat
again.
terus Pak Willy,
Okay,
sehat.
thank you Pak
Pak
Willy.
Willy.
Terima kasih Pak Willy. Sehat
Bye
selalu.
everyone. Take care.
Terima kasih.
See you again next year.
See you.
Oke, terima kasih saya juga undur diri.